Hey everybody, getting ready to do another stream. We are going to make some more emotes and do some actual game dev stuff, I think. Maybe, probably. But yeah, we will get right to it and well, after the ad break, yeah, so give me 3.25 minutes, 3.75 minutes, 3.5 minutes, and we should be ready to go. Alright, we are ready to go here. So, we've got a whole bunch of emotes slots to fill. I've been toying around with the idea of making a squidge for my pixel tuber. I've been kind of thinking it would be fun to do a different 64 by 64 pixel resolution game, just for the heck of it, so that way I can, you know, just mess around. In GB Studio, of course. Because I'm kind of itching to work in that resolution and see how difficult it is. And kind of get my bearings. Probably won't finish whatever I start. But, be cool to do that, I think. So let's just like, let's go with that. So we'll do 160 by 144, and then we'll get the 64 in the middle, and just gonna do it the same way that I did last time, because that worked pretty well for me. I just made a white 64 by 64 square, and then pasted it, and then just moved it towards the middle here, and then counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's right in the middle. And then for the outline, we can do this color. Since that's what the plan is for the low-res jam. But it would be cool to do some tile maps. And maybe do like a dungeon crawler type thing. Just because I know it would be hard. But it could be fun. Yeah, I'm just kind of itching to make something new. Like I said, I may not finish it, or maybe I'll use it later or something like that, or maybe use it as a mini game in Source Hack, right? Because Source Hack is all about mini games, so that might be how we implement it to start. And yeah, so let's just make some tile maps here. So we want to make walls, and yeah, so I'm thinking this kind of shape, right? Oh, and then we can draw it in tiled when we actually get going. Yeah, maybe do something like that, and then something like that in the middle maybe, or we could do something like this. This might work. So we'll just go ahead and make one going that way. We'll rotate it so there's one going that way. Then we need some angle ones. Oh, we deleted the one. We didn't want that. So yeah. So, right off the bat, that's a pretty good amount of tiles. I mean, we can get a lot done with that. I mean, it's a small amount, but we can get a lot done. It will be a small playing field, so there's no need for, like, crazy amount of tiles. I'm thinking we may not need like an outer border, but we could do that if we wanted. It would be cool to do like a roguelite, is what I'm thinking. And I don't know exactly, like I have no idea, like maybe just do like a whole bunch of different backgrounds and then have it randomly select one. So it wouldn't be like procedurally generated or anything like that. I don't know how to do that. Apparently there's a way to do that in GB Studio, but I don't know how to do it. Big Lumbee, welcome in. How you doing? Thanks for getting first. Thanks for checking in. How's your day going, Lumbee? Good to see you. I just ate, and now I'm like getting sleepy. But I'm drinking tea, so that helps. But yeah, I'm coming up with different plans for the low-res jam that's coming up in August. And I'm just kind of doing some things, you know? Sorry, just getting back to Zawesome, who wants to commission something, so that's really cool. Alright, so we've got these, we've got this. Maybe we should just try throwing it into tiled and see how it works. So, really we only need this. So we will export this. And let's put this in a new folder somewhere. A sprites, non-RSP, GB Studio, we'll make a new folder here and we'll call it low res dungeon crawl, for lack of a better name. We don't know what we're doing here really, so but yeah, we'll make it a PNG, we'll throw it in here, we'll just call it tile set 1 and 100%, that's what we want. Cool. Alright, so let's open up Tiled and try to remember how it works, because every time I open up this software I'm like, how does this work again? And so this one is what I did for my my stream schedule background. Just wanted something Game Boy and pixel arty. So we'll make a new project. Low res jam test 2. This test 1 was the pet simulator, which we still might do. I don't know. Maybe we could even combine the two. Probably not though, because it's only a 17-day jam. But I'll be able to do full time, I think. So I'm like trying to wipe this arrow off the screen. It looks so weird there. All right, so didn't we just do new? So open. I don't know how any of this works. So this is the project. A new map, a new tile set. We'll call it low res jam dungeon tile set. Based on image, we'll find the source. Images, A-Sprite, non-RSB, GB Studio, low-res dungeon crawl, there it is. Okay, so the tile width is gonna be 8 by 8. Hey. And that should be good. So there's our tile set. And then we need a new map. So this is going to be a orthogonal so we need 8 by 8 tiles, right? 6, and the tile size to be 4 by 4. Wait, is that right? No, 8 by 8. I clicked the wrong thing, didn't I? Anyways, this should be good. So we've got our map size. And then we need a terrain set. And so this one, we want a new edge set. And so now we draw in I don't know. I always screwed this part up. So I think maybe that. I think that's it. And then if we go to this, we can go to we can do the terrain draw. Oh, I figured it out. Look at that. But yeah, it's still kind of hard to use because oh, you know what we didn't make? We didn't make a T. So let's go ahead and make a T and start over again. I mean, we don't need it, but it'll look better if we have it. Also, maybe a single block. So that's part of the reason why I wanted to do that, was because it makes it easier to realize what you need when you can't draw what you want, right? So we'll do a single block first. Hey, stop it. All right, so we got the single block, and then we want a T. So we'll take this one, and we will draw that across, draw that across. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Maybe it should be like that. I don't really know. Could do that. That makes more sense. Let's do that. So then we'll just rotate this. So we have one in each direction. So that gives us more. Let's go ahead and save that. Haunter, how you doing? Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. We're just testing out some things. Hi-oh there. Hey, didn't realize you were live. No worries, no worries. I just started not that long ago. I kind of had a late start. My stream schedule has been slipping. Making a sprite sheet. So this is actually a tile set. So I'm throwing it in this program called Tiled, and I realized that I didn't have all the tiles that I needed. So I'm gonna make some more here. And so this one, I don't know how to make this one work. I feel like this needs to be a different type of tile set. I'm still learning how this software works. I'm pretty bad at it, to be honest. So I think a mixed set, maybe? So let's delete this one and start over with this one. No, that one's not letting me do it either. Oh, you know what we need? We need that. That's what we need. So can we go back? Yeah. Oh no. So we do need it to be a mixed set. Okay. Every time I use this software, I feel like I have to relearn it. So that's gonna be that one. And then that's. So once I set this up, then I can go into this and use this. Of course, it's just being funky. But yeah, now I can fix those edges. I don't know why it's doing that. Trying to do like a big old block, and I have no idea why. Something about how we set it up. Maybe that? That's what I meant, wrong word. That is distracting. LOL, yeah, I see. Yeah, a tile set. And this software is super usable, but also like kind of hard to understand. And it doesn't make a whole lot of sense like when you're first doing it. And I don't know how I can get just to draw one of those. Oh, not sure why it's being weird. But we can do it by hand. So maybe that's the way to do it. But yeah, I'm thinking also it might be good to have like passages, so that because it's such a small map that like, yeah, I don't have an idea for the game either. I'm just trying to come up with something, because I'm probably not going to finish this. This is like a test to see how hard it is to work with this resolution on the Game Boy. And because there's a low-res jam that's coming up. And it's a 64 by 64 pixel play area. And I have an idea that I want to do, but I also want to like get some practice in doing this before the jam starts. And I don't want to cheat on the jam, so yeah. No. This software is so bad. I mean, it's good, but it's bad also. It's like, why can't it just like do what I want it to do like all the time? There we go. This one. Let me erase. Yeah, it's kind of weird. You have to like click here to erase that piece. And that did not do what I wanted it to do. Maybe we just remove that one from the tile set, because it's like just causing issues. But yeah, the plan is to do something like a roguelike, where you can where the map changes, and I would probably have to make a whole bunch of different maps and then have it like programmatically decide randomly which one to do. And maybe you go from like, you finish this room and it randomly chooses the next room, that kind of thing. So it wouldn't be procedurally generated, but it would be procedurally chosen the order of the rooms. So it would be kind of procedural, but not each individual map. Ever try a game called Microbe? No, I haven't, but that sounds similar to what I'm messing with here. The big block, yeah, it seems to be. I don't know how to use that program, but I can tell it shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, it was something that I set up poorly. I'm not really quite sure. But there's a game I played called Pork-like that someone had made a Game Boy port for, and it just blew my mind. I was like, how did they even do that on the Game Boy? But the more that I'm like learning about Game Boy development, I'm learning that there's like a lot of different ways of doing it, right? So I've been doing GB Studio, which is pretty user-friendly. It's like the easiest, like the lowest barrier of entry for Game Boy development. And it's a lot of fun to do, but at the same time it's kind of simplistic. Yeah, okay, yeah, this is very similar to Pork-like. I can show you Pork-like real quick. So this is Pork-like, and I think it has audio. So yeah, this is an actual Game Boy game. It's super hard too. So it's got like the fog of war, which I won't be able to figure out. It's got destructible walls, which I don't know how to do. It's got, whoa, procedurally generated levels. We're getting chased by blobs. And it's got like a timer for that guy. And he'll kill you. So you gotta like get to the exit before he comes around. But yeah, this is all procedurally generated, so it's like way more advanced than I could do. I just took a hit there. And then I died. So yeah, it's super difficult, and there's like weapons and all that stuff. It's a very distilled down roguelike experience. I think I saw it. It's fairly recent, yeah. Yeah, so something like this as far as the maps go, but something a lot more similar as far as the gameplay goes. Or, I'm sorry, not similar, simpler, right? Because, I mean, I don't know how to do any of this shit. Especially not for a game jam that's only 17 days. But yeah, honestly, I really want to do this thing that I made a mock-up of yesterday. So this is my other idea, to do like a pet simulator. And so like, you would be able to send it to work. Let's throw the music back on. Yeah, microbe is bump attack. Yeah, okay, so similar to Pork-like. So yeah, this is a pet simulator like Tamagotchi, right? So you would be able to choose if it's sleeping or not. It would have like a day and night cycle. It would have coins, so you get coins from sending it to work. It has energy, so while it's working, it depletes the energy. And then it would have food and water, which I also made icons for because they're so hard to tell the difference. So yeah, there's a water icon and a food icon. So that way, like the selector would be like this little box here that's blinking, and you would move it around the screen to these different icons. And when you're over the food, then you would see the food icon, and when you're over the water, you would see the water icon. And then it has like a general health, which would either have a happy face or a sad face, depending on it. You know, if it's not doing so well, maybe it would have like a medium face even. I don't really know. And then the arrows would be to switch between pets, so you could have multiple pets at the same time. And then it would poop, and you'd have to clean the poop here. So if it's got poops, then it loses health faster. Or yeah, it loses health, and then if it's got no energy, it loses health. And yeah, so food and water cost money. So I don't know how fun it would be. I'm still trying to work out like the fun factor of it in my head. But yeah, it's just like a mock-up right now because the game jam doesn't start until the start of August, and it's like a 17-day jam. So I want to make sure that I have all of my ducks in a row before I start it, and I'll probably redo a lot of the art and set up all the tiles to work with GB Studio and all of that. But yeah, like even just this here would be a pretty big undertaking, knowing myself and how slow it is to work in GB Studio for stuff like this. But I think it would be a cool challenge. I think it would be fun to make. I don't know if it would be fun to play, especially because like Game Boy isn't like a good idle platform, right? Like Game Boy Advance would be better, but I don't know how to code Game Boy Advance. I could do it in Unity and make it more of an idle game, but that's just not as fun to me. And I really like learning about Game Boy development. And Unity development, I don't know, it could be fun to get back into Unity. I don't know, part of me is like, maybe I should just make this in Unity. But, I don't know. I really like doing the Game Boy stuff. And it loses some of the wow factor when you do it in something like Unity. Could definitely do more, you know? And there's no limitation on color or sound or anything like that, but I like doing stuff for the old Game Boy with the 4 colors. Virtual pets are a niche. Possibly there's a thing there to make it something special. Maybe, but yeah, I'm thinking because it's like, for Game Boy, it probably wouldn't really work that well as like an actual like product. So I would probably just have it like as a free tech demo type thing. You know, I like making free stuff. I should probably focus more on making products, but I don't know. I kind of want to sell my other game, Demon Fish Dead Ahead, once I get like the update, and I'm thinking about actually updating it another time to like, because like right now I more than doubled the content in the upcoming update, which is actually like done as far as I know. I might need some testing and stuff. Maybe I'll get someone to test it this weekend. But the update for that one, yeah, it more than doubles the content of the game, but I'm thinking about doing that again and doubling what I just made to make it like a full-fledged game, and then selling that for like $5 or something on Steam. Possibly add a Pac-Man minigame with your mini pet. Yeah, maybe, but it's got to be within this tiny thing. And so I was kind of thinking that maybe using this tile set would be like, or maybe like collecting them instead of like, you know, dealing with like enemies or anything like that. Maybe you're just searching for the pet itself, and then you have to like keep the pets alive while you search for new pets, kind of thing. And as far as I know, we could use a lot of variables. There's like over 500 variables that you can use in GB Studio. So each pet could have its own, you know, set of variables, and then you could have probably up to like 10 pets or something like that. Of course, that would be a lot of programming and a lot of like copy pasting code and stuff like that. But depending on how I set it up, it might be doable to make you like traverse these types of little dungeons. So maybe that is the fun factor of it. It sounds like it. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a challenge no matter how I do it. Even if I just did the UI, that's going to be a challenge in itself. So I don't know. It's going to be hard to determine exactly what the scope should be, and that's kind of why I wanted to dip in and just like play around with something like this to see if I could even tack something like this on. I kind of know how to do the tile swapping and the UI stuff because I've done that in a lot of other games, but I haven't done like small characters moving around a small world. So that might be interesting to play with today and just kind of like flesh out an idea and maybe, you know, because this is all kind of placeholder looking art anyways, maybe come up with some better tile sets for the actual jam and then, you know, come up with completely new levels. So that way, like I said, I'm not cheating for the jam. I'm just trying to like practice for the jam. I'm excited for it. One of my Twitch network friends, I could shout her out. RSVP ASAP. She's super cool. She does Game Maker, and she's making a solo project all by herself, which is super impressive. And so yeah, she mentioned the low-res jam, and I was like, that sounds right up my alley. I wonder if I could use a Game Boy game for that. And yeah, I can. As long as I like make it with this big black frame around it, because this is like the screen size of the Game Boy. So I would have to make like this big black frame so that way I'm only using 64 pixels and or less. It could be less, but yeah, I kind of like the pet sim idea. I've actually done a pet simulator for Unity before, but it was very much a prototype. It never got finished, and it was using a lot of mechanics that I couldn't use with the Game Boy, right? Like the idle mechanic where you turn it off and it still kind of counts how long you were away, and then it multiplies that by like an addition or a multiplication. It multiplies how much money you make, how long you've been away, right? So you still make money when you're not playing the game, kind of thing, which would be a cool thing to do if I was doing it in Unity, but you can't do that on a Game Boy. There's no internal clock on a Game Boy. There is on Game Boy Advance, I believe, but again, Game Boy Advance is like C coding and stuff. I don't know how to do any of that. I haven't set up anything like that. I feel prototyping ideas wouldn't be cheating as long as you don't use the prototypes via cut and paste, but rather just use the learned knowledge and experience. Exactly. Cryptic, welcome in. Thanks for the lurk. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's not cheating for sure. And they even said that you can use some assets that you've already made. They don't care about that. They want you to do most of it for the jam, obviously, but you know, the rules are pretty lax, and I'm just trying to be, you know, I'm just trying to be good on myself, I think, about it, so I can feel like I did something within the time period, kind of thing. But yeah, everyone should check out Cryptic. Cryptic does art and software development as well, or game design rather, 3D modeling in Blender and that kind of stuff. Well, I'm sure there's no harm cutting and pasting, say, a heart icon. Yeah, well, it straight up says that you can use any assets that you've made that you have. So it's like you don't have to make every single asset during the jam. But yeah, I'd like to make most of it, and a lot of the stuff I might make over again. But yeah, some of it I will copy and paste because it's like, I don't know, or maybe I'll like, you know, well, like the way that the Game Boy is set up, you really can't just use this as is. You kind of have to set this all into like tiles and then replace those tiles onto like a background that has like unique tiles for each spot, so that way you're actually like building it within the engine at runtime. It's kind of confusing. I have another game where I did that extensively in Demon Fish Dead Ahead rather, and I can probably find that somewhere here. We go to backgrounds, fishing game, because yeah, this was another GB Studio game jam game, and actually it wasn't only Game Boy, but it was like a Game Boy jam. So you can see here I've used numbers for these tiles, So like these are actually the coordinates in like GB Studio. So this row is this is 0 0. This is 1 0 2 0 3 0 4 0 5 0, right? And then as you go down, you get like for the Y, this would be 1 2 and then 3. So this is 7 3. This is 8 3 9 3 10 3 11 3 12 3. And so on and so forth. So what I did was I replaced those tiles with the fish, which are these ones. So this is like its own image in GB Studio, and it takes these 9 tiles and puts it over wherever the fish is supposed to be. So, and then I programmatically decide which fish goes where, how many fish are on the screen. And then later I even went through and cleaned it up so these actually look like waves that are just having, they have one unique pixel for each wave there. And then I put in another one for the numbers so that way I could number them. I'm not sure if we can find that. Where did that go? Uh-oh. I just realized that Forklite's still playing music in the background. So yeah, here's the one where I took those numbers out and then I put little dots in, these little pixels, right? And that was because I realized that for one frame, you could see the numbers there. So what I did was I put waves missing 1 pixel so that way you could, if you look really closely, you can see that there's like a little pixel off or whatever. But from far away, you really can't notice that, and it's only 1 frame, so you don't really see it, and then all of a sudden it loads in the fish, so it kind of fixed that issue. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I did the same thing for the fish box here. You can see these ice cubes have 1 pixel that's like not how it should be, and that was so I could put a fish in here and then 2 numbers, so that way when you cycle through on the arrows going left and right, it puts in a different fish and then tells you how many you've caught of it. This is like your fish box, where you put your fish after you've caught them. Because yeah, it was like a simplified RPG game. I didn't end up using the inventory, and I ended up making 2 different maps. What is this? Set player level. Oh, I never did this. This was gonna be like a debug menu, so I could test you at different levels. And then this would tell you what level you're at, apparently, because it says per. That's funny, I never did that. But yeah, that's how game jams go sometimes. You come up with ideas and then you just never implement them. Like the inventory. I did make a boss, and then I made a second boss eventually. And yeah, so this is the tile set I used to swap in numbers to tell you how much life each fish has, which fish you're fighting, how much life the player has, and you know, I put these little waves in, and I put these. I don't think I ever actually used these ellipses, but I was planning to, probably for the. I was gonna make a shop where you buy things. I just never did. But yeah, so back to this. I think we should do like entrance and exit kind of things. And I think the universal symbol for that is like a stairwell, right? So we'll do one going up. We'll do one going up and then one going down. Westlow Findings, welcome in. How you doing? Thanks for checking in. We're just noodling on an idea for an upcoming game jam. Trying not to cheat, but at the same time trying to make sure all my ducks are in a row for when the jam starts, because it's going to be a challenge to do this. I think that kind of looks like stairs. I don't know if that helps. Howdy, welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. I got kind of a late start. I feel like I'm just waking up and it's like already 9:45. You got me inspired to keep making stuff in A-Sprite. Work on my first animation thing right now. Awesome! Do you have something that you'd like to share? If not, that's fine, but if you do, I'd love to see it. I'm always happy to help inspire people. I don't know how I feel about this staircase. We could make it take up the whole thing. There's nothing wrong with doing that. Although it might look funny if it's against something, but most of these have like a rim anyways. Well, these ones don't. Maybe they should. No links to anything yet, not done enough. Okay, no worries. Working on a little xenomorph original character, just kind of sitting on the floor. Oh, cool. You know, when I was a kid, I used to love the Alien franchise. That was like one of my favorite things. I used to collect the toys, and I used to watch the movies all the time, even though I was probably like way too young to be watching, like, especially Alien 3. And I remember I went to the theaters to see Alien Resurrection, which gets a bad rap. It wasn't that terrible of a movie. You just have to look at it as like a heist film. If you think about it as a heist film, it makes so much more sense. But if you think about it as like an alien film, it's not as good as Aliens, or even Alien 1, or even, I don't know, it's probably about as good as Alien 3. Alien 3 was okay, but it just, I don't know, it was a prison film, you know what I mean? It was different. It was definitely different. I've never actually seen any of the Alien movies, but I've seen enough on social media to kind of know the characters and plot. Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, between, you know, was it Alien Isolation? Was that what that was called, the video game? I own it, I just haven't played it in years. And then, you know, all of the, well, like Alien vs Predator. I mean, there's so many different like variations of it at this point. But the first one was really, really good. It made a huge impact on a lot of people. Also, there's a really great documentary about it. I can't remember what it's called, but it was on Netflix for a while, and yeah, H.R. Geiger was involved with the first one. That's why the Xenomorph looks as cool as it does, because it's actually based off of a Geiger piece. And a lot of the first stuff was based on Geiger. Yeah, you didn't know that? Okay, yeah. We could probably find a piece that might be stream friendly. Geiger wasn't always stream or work friendly. Let's see if these are safe. Yeah, these look safe. So, this is actually work for Alien that Geiger did. And you can see they didn't really use this, but the idea is kind of there. Oh, and that doesn't look extremely safe, because there was definitely a very fleshy phallic member in there. And then, yeah, just like really interesting. This almost has like a bird mouth to it. This is, they straight up used this, right? This was that ship. Maybe since you haven't seen the film, but when they first get to the planet, this is the crashed alien craft that they first go to inspect. And then I think they might have used, nah, they probably didn't use that, but they used this, the facehugger egg. They changed it up quite a bit. But yeah, Geiger's was definitely employed by the team behind it for a bit. I think what happened was that they had trouble getting the funding they needed with him on the team or something, so they ended up like cutting him from the team but using what they had paid him to do, and it was like this really weird thing. They talked about it on the documentary. I can't really remember all of it, so I'm probably botching the facts, but yeah, super interesting stuff. I think this might be better if we move this up like this. So that way we can put the stairwell all the way to the edge without having to worry about it colliding with anything. Oops. I don't know. I think we need to see a reference of how Final Fantasy did it, to be honest. I like referencing Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy did a really good job. I don't know if I'll be able to find. Wait. Oh, they use ladders in Final Fantasy. Interesting. Well, let's see how they did in Final Fantasy 2. Oh, they didn't do it that way either. I swear that they did it sometimes, where it was just like an icon for the stairs. I'm not finding what I'm looking for. The more you know. Whoa, yeah. I was really impressed with Geiger's work when I was a kid. Very inspirational for me. What about Game Boy stairs? Ah, this is what I'm looking for. Something like this. That's more like what we need to do. Garden of Indie, welcome in. I just watched Alien for the first time last year, and it's one of the best movies I've ever seen. Oh yeah, I love Alien. Aliens was good too, but Alien was really groundbreaking in how they kind of redefined the genre at the time, and it was kind of during a time where no one else was doing that. Pokemon had stairs that were like icons, I think too. Oh, good point. It's insane how Alien is still peak sci-fi almost 50 years later. Yeah, Garden, if you really like the movie, you should find the documentary. I should probably know what it's called, but there's a really good documentary that just came out not that long ago. I think it was 2024 that came out. Maybe it was this one.
Hi guys,
Oh no, that's of Aliens. I don't know what it's called. There's so many like random Alien documentaries that aren't like the Alien franchise. I don't know which one it is. It might be... Oh yeah, there it is. Memory, The Origins of Alien. That's what it's called. I found a trailer for it. So it probably has where you can watch it, maybe. It doesn't. But I can drop that in chat, at least, the trailer. Sorry, I got kind of distracted. Don't worry about disrupting the flow. I can disrupt the flow myself. It wasn't you at all. Anyways, that's the link to, what is it called? I just had it. Something about memory. Memory, The Origins of Alien. And it's awesome. It was like, I love the film, but watching the documentary was like more astounding to me because I had grown up with the film and there was so much that I didn't know that I wished that I would have known sooner, kind of thing, and that like I was so impressed with the documentary and everything that went into it, all of the work that they put into the film, so much stuff that it was really cool. I was very impressed with this documentary. And it was on Netflix. I don't think it still is, but you never know. We could look it up a little bit further. Oh, it was a 2019 film, so it was a little older. It looks like it's on Amazon. Oh wait, no, that's to purchase it. I don't think it's on Netflix anymore. So it's on Prime Video. So that's probably the only place it is right now. So if you have Amazon Prime, you can watch it for free. But I definitely recommend it. I don't know about having an Amazon account just for that or anything like that, but it's a cool documentary. If you like documentaries and you like Alien, it's a pretty good combination there. But yeah, let's take a look at the Pokemon stairs. Maybe that's more of what I'm going for than the Final Fantasy Game Boy stairs, because those ones are good too. But let's see what the Pokemon original, right? Or let's say Pokemon Red stairs icon, maybe. Alright, icon wasn't what we want to look for. Images. Ah, yeah. Oh wait, it's shaking. Stairs intensified. That's not what I want. But yeah, something like that. That one's got 3 steps. I don't want to steal it directly, but I think we can do better. Let's just erase all of this. This last step is the wrong size. But yeah, Garden, welcome in. I didn't give you a proper shout out. Everyone should check out Garden of Indie. They have an awesome stream. They play some of the best indie games. They have a knack for finding really interesting indie games, some of which you may or may not have heard about, and some of which you definitely haven't heard of because they're kind of underground and niche, and I think that's super cool. I think that's fantastic. We need more indie content creators that dig out the hidden gems and that kind of stuff. I feel like these might be better like that, maybe? I don't know. I think everyone else used 16 by 16, so that's why it's kind of, it's hard to do with 8 by 8. Everyone made the stairs the size of the player, and the player was 16 by 16, but we're trying to do something for the low-res game jam. So I think this will have to do. It would be cool to do like a teleport tile too, though. Maybe just like a manhole, or just like a regular hole. A hole in the ground here. I don't know, it kind of looks ominous though. Does that look a little more inviting? I'd fall in that hole in the ground. It does look like it would be like a danger, but I wanted to make it, I want to like to teleport you to another hole, right? So that way you can, because I'm working with a really small like area, a 64 by 64, because we're kind of prepping for a game jam. Catch me tripping over my own feet into it. So this way that I could have a dead end and then put like a teleport that brings you over there, kind of thing. But if we did a hole, I don't know, people might think, oh, I don't know, if it's a dead end, then you're kind of like forced to check it out, right? Could always do like a tutorial screen that says like, this is a teleport. I don't know. We could just remove the wall. But I feel like that would help like the puzzle aspect of it, because what if you had like, you know, 2 options? Say you come in here and there's a hole there and a hole there, and you go here first and it takes you over here, but that's a dead end, so this hole takes you over here, and maybe this is like a wall, so you can't get through, and this is a wall, so like you have a choice, and if you go the wrong way it takes a little bit longer. Or maybe there's like an icon of like like a pickup, a random, like a box, and you don't know what's in the box until you get there, and then it may be what you're looking for, and maybe it's nothing, or maybe it's some extra money. That might be a good idea, to have extra money. I don't know how to do a box though. Or maybe we do the opposite. Maybe we make the outside black and the inside green. That looks more inviting, I think. But also it looks like it's like a puddle or something like that. We could give it... Oh, I guess that wouldn't work. If we made it smaller horizontally, then we could do that. It doesn't necessarily look any better. Eight by 8 tile sets are so difficult, but I think that's kind of the fun of the challenge. Yeah, that definitely doesn't look any better. It looks like a donut. It's a donut. I don't know, I kind of like the first way. Or this way, not the first way. And then... I don't know about a box. Or what if we did it with this color around the edge? So that way you know it's not like a wall. That might be better. And then... maybe we do the same thing for the box. I don't know, maybe the box should just be like more of an icon. That kind of looks like a box. Like a treasure chest, right? Looks like something that you'd want to pick up. Or we could even go further and so like this could be anything, and then we could make one that's like money. Although that would be maybe like a coin, but that's also kind of looks like the hole then, right? Looks exactly like the hole. So maybe the hole should be black. I don't know, it kind of looked better with this. And also this doesn't really look like money. But then what would food would be like a can, right? Since if this is part of the pet simulator. It kind of looks like a can. It looks like a barrel of fuel I don't know, but that also adds like confusion then, because like which pet would get the food? Like if you have money, that makes sense because you can just like buy food with it. But if we had like an inventory for food, that would be like a whole nother mess. So if we could avoid that by just giving the like turning your coins into food directly for the pet that you want, and then also we would need water if we were doing food, so let's not do that. Oops, that's not the right tile. We could do this still, because maybe you don't get anything, maybe you get money, right? It would be like a chance. Where this you automatically get money. I don't know. I'm still like noodling out the whole thought process in my brain here. Could do like a pot also. I don't know how different it would be from the although it doesn't really look like a pot. The grenade. Watch out. I don't know, maybe we just stick with the chest because it's like understandable. Honestly, the coin is kind of weird too, right? Because it just kind of like looks like a circle. Maybe we just stick with this. And then we could like just like manually, so you would be heading down, right? And then one of them, right? So you'd be coming from this one and going to that one. And then maybe there's like a treasure chest here and a treasure chest there and a treasure chest there, maybe. Maybe we erase this one. And you've got your dungeon, right? So this one, oh wait. We'd still need this here. This one would take you here, and this one would take you there. So you go here, you get the treasure, you go back, you go here, get the treasure, onto the next one. And like, the treasure chest would contain coins or new pets, maybe. Or maybe nothing. I don't know, but that'd be kind of boring if it fit nothing. Thanks for putting the hat on me. A lovely flower thing. Yup. So we could save and tiled map files. So we'll do, let's make a new folder in here and we'll call it what, low res dungeons, and this will be test 1, and then we'll export it as a PNG. Or something. Export as image. And now we can go back to our this one and
just shoot it, Fox.
My father was slaughtered by a six-fingered man.
Welcome in, Wallace.
There's someone in my house eating my birthday cake with my family, and it's not me.
Hope you're doing well, Wallace. There's a Golet in chat if anyone plays the Pokemon game. Good to see you, Wallace. So yeah, now we can open that file that we just saved. Where did we save it? I don't even know. Images. Do we have like a tiled folder? Tile map editor. Tile map PNGs. No. This one. There it is. So we'll open this. We'll copy it. And then we'll just throw it here. And this will be our first test for this game that we haven't made yet. So this one, we'll make a new folder. Here. And we'll just, or we'll make a new folder in here and we'll call it maps. Or backgrounds rather, right? And we'll go test dungeon test 1. So we'll make a new project. I know I made a blank project yesterday, but that was for... Actually, let's just use that one. Thank you for the lurk. I don't know why I can't speak. Thank you for the lurk, Westlow Findings. I appreciate that. And we are going to add a new scene. There's our scene. Now we do need a player, and we haven't done that yet. However, I do have something that I've already made that will probably work. So let's grab that and make it what we need it to be. Somewhere in here. Let's just go here, up, cancel, and back up to here, and then maybe one called like player or something. Player 1 small. This is the one. This is actually what we need, because it's already there. Or is it, right? Because this one has... Yeah, we'll just have to set it up. So let's find this file. And it's here. We'll copy it. Now we'll go into our project folder for this one. We'll go assets and sprites, and we'll paste it here. And now we'll go to our sprites here, and now we've got this player small export. Alright, so this is it, but it's got all of these, and it doesn't really need those. So we'll just do fixed direction. It only needs one animation. It'll always be animated, and it doesn't really make a difference here. So we'll just do what, 4 frames, and then the first one's that one, which is not correct. So let's get rid of that one. We'll take this one and throw that there. Actually, we can get rid of the blank one. Then this one, we'll put this one here, and this one here, and this one will go here. And now we've got our animated player. So next we need to make sure that the collision size matches. So, oh, we can make the canvas size smaller too, huh? Oh, I guess we can't make it any smaller than vertically. We want to make the width smaller and the height smaller. So now it's a teeny tiny player, and that should work. So let's go back to our game world. We'll change this to be that. Make this smaller. And then we want this to be our little dungeon that we made. So we'll find it in our folder. So we'll go here and here, and where is it? This one. And then we'll open that folder and drag that into this folder. Yeah, so now we have backgrounds. And this one is this one. And the player will start there. And let's draw some colliders here. Cool. So let's put some triggers in. We'll make a trigger there, and we'll say on enter actor. I don't know, it's just easier to search for it. So we'll go disable. Oh. No. What is it called in this? Maybe we will have to look this way. I don't remember what it's called. Hide actor? So we'll hide the player, and then we'll go move actor. Or, you know, we don't want move. We want set position. Set actor position, and then we're going to set it to be. Oops. There. And then, oh, what we also need is colliders around the edge. And actually, we want it to not be directly on that spot, because it'll make it warp back and forth endlessly if we put this one here, and then this one will be right there, because it's the left one. And then we'll copy this one here, and we'll change this to be there, and then we'll copy this one and paste it, and this one will be there. And then we'll do this one, we'll paste it there. We'll remove this one. We'll do play sound. And we'll do a 1. We'll do 0.5. So this one's 6, we'll make this one 4, 2, and 1. Anyways, and then after that we'll do so we probably want to, or I guess we don't really need to wait. We'll go scene, change scene, and we'll just put it right back where you started. Alright, now we can test it. Alright, so... Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't turn the player back on. I forgot about that. So we'll do Joe actor. And then copy. We want that to be on all of these. And that one doesn't really matter. But all of these ones do. Alright, so we go this one, it pops out there. So I think maybe the player should be a little bit slower. So set actor movement speed, we'll go 1/2. We'll see if this feels a little bit better. It feels a little slow now. Imagine that. But it feels like it makes more sense because you move one square at a time. There's a wild mantine in chat. But yeah, I need to take a little break here, and I totally missed my ad break. But yeah, I'm gonna take a little break. We'll be right back in a minute. Okay, sorry about that. I ran out of tea and needed to use the bathroom, so should have done that during the break, but it didn't work out that way. But I needed that caffeine. So yeah, we got it working pretty well. I realize now that these chests should probably not be in the background. They should probably be sprites of their own, so that way they're really easy to interact with and pick up. I mean, we could go through the trouble of swapping out the tile, but we'd have to put in the coordinates of every single chest, and if we do it this way, we could, or if we do it the other way where they're an actor, then we could just very simply make a prefab that goes away when you get it, and then use random to come up with the contents. That way it's like a one-time thing that you have to code and be done with, rather than having to do every single one. But yeah, there's no good way of like procedurally generating the maps, as far as I know. No easy way, at least. And I don't know how to do it. I'm pretty sure it would be hard. But yeah, this kind of works. Obviously there's no like real gameplay here. It would just be like making it through, and then I don't know. We could do one-way holes, and then you get locked and you get soft locked and have to die. But that's not as it's not interesting and not fun. So we could put enemies in, but that doesn't really work well with the pet simulator game. If we do any UI or anything, we have to hard code it to be within this space. We can't do like a big text box on the bottom, like how it's kind of made to do. So yeah, maybe we play with that next. I don't really know. Or we could go to emotes. I haven't really thought about what emotes we need first or anything like that. But emotes are, we got a lot of them to do, and they're good to have. I don't know, maybe we should do the chests first and think about that. So we can't use this color, so we can only use these three. So I guess we might as well give it like a background here. Or I mean a black outline. That doesn't look like the chest that we had before. How did we do it? Maybe I shouldn't have deleted it so fast. Let's just take this, put it here, and then change this to black. And then delete this. There's our chest. Okay, and then we can delete it from there. We'll save this. Then we'll save this. Go up a layer and say actors. And this will just be chest. And then we need to make it small. So we'll go to our chest. Diode music, yo, what's up? How you doing, Diode? Welcome in. We're doing a practice for a game jam that's coming up next month, and I've never done anything super small in GB Studio, and it's for the low res jam. So I figured I'd give it a whirl and just kind of make something simple, and maybe we'll be able to use the mechanics and stuff for this game jam that's coming up. But good to see you. Hope you're doing well. What have you been up to? Just busy with uni stuff. Oh, right on. Anything fun that you're studying? Just lots of maths and JavaScript. I hate both. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of math. I've never done any like actual programming in JavaScript or really anything in JavaScript. I used to use Unity script, which was like a JavaScript wannabe, but for Unity. And I don't know. Now that I've been using C# for so long, like it would be hard to go back, but it's deprecated anyways. So there's a Pokemon in chat, a wild Shelmet. So when we interact with this, we want the actor to hide, so I think I could have sworn there's a way to like, oh, deactivate actor, that's what we want. So it'll deactivate, and then we would want it to like provide a random amount of money. Or something. Not really sure what it should provide the player yet. But yeah, this is just kind of a mock-up anyways, so it doesn't really have to give you anything. I like how the purple is small because I changed the collision size. I didn't know that was going to happen. But yeah, now we should be able to collect the chests. Pretty amazing. I don't know, maybe it would be better if you just like walked into it, right? Maybe we can do that. So these aren't set to a collision group, but they should be. And then on hit by player. Oh, okay, so if you set them to a collision group, then it automatically, instead of it changes on interact into on player hit. So that's kind of cool. So we literally just needed to change that to a 1, and now it should still work. I'm learning. Yeah, look at that. Automatically picks up the chest. That's much better. I feel like it should like stop the player's movement though, so you can't do this. Wonder if we can work that out. Actor move cancel, maybe? Did it stop the player movement? Doesn't seem like it. Interesting. That doesn't seem to do anything. I didn't realize these existed. Start actor on update. Stop actors on update. Interesting. Oh, look at this. There's an if color mode is available. That's cool. If GBA color mode. If GBA mode is available. Conditionally run part of the script if the game is being played on a device or emulator that supports GBA games. What? Why would you need to know if it's a GBA? That's interesting. You could make the gameplay differently if someone was playing it on a Game Boy Advance. That's a really interesting thing. I don't know why you would do that, but you could. You could even make it 2 different games if you wanted. And same with Super Game Boy mode. That's interesting too. I don't know how to do Super Game Boy, to be honest. But yeah, I don't want to get too far into this because I really want to do something for the Game Jam. And this is actually working really well. It would be really easy to spit out like even 100 maps using tiled. And there's, you know, so little going on. And then randomly generating them wouldn't be an issue either. We just did that with Frontrooms Normalities, so having an endless play field would be easy. We could make, you know, a variable of like if there's treasure or not, right? Maybe like a 1 in 5 chance that there's treasure, and then give you a variety of like, I don't know, 50 different rooms, or, you know, this will be a room, each, you know, 50 different rooms that have treasure. And then if there's not, do like 100 different rooms that aren't treasure. So that way, every time you go through, it's seemingly different, even if there's treasure or not. And then could do an even smaller one that has, or I guess we could work the treasure in the same way, where like there's like a 1 in 10 chance that it's a pet, and then, you know, like a 3 in 10 chance that it's a empty box. You don't get anything. But yeah, I feel like we should display something on the screen, and I don't know whether it should be on the top or the bottom, but it should probably be the same for everyone. So first let's turn this into a prefab. We can know how to do that. Prefabs actor. So we'll rename this chest, and we'll put the chest there, and then we'll take everything from this, which is just deactivate, and then put it onto this there. And then we should be able to delete that and add this there. And now that all the chests will be the same. So if we change one, it will update them on all of the scenes. We could do that with these also, but they're all going to need to be different anyways because of the position. Also, this move cancel didn't do anything, so we might as well remove it. But yeah, this is a thing. Like I said, I don't want to get too carried away with it. I do kind of want to make a palette and like a Game Boy Color mode for Frontrooms. And that game is like pretty much done, and it's for a game jam, so it'd be cool to get some testing on it. But I also think putting like colors on it will be cool too. We're all out of space for the menu. We could go up one. And then if we went up one, we wouldn't have to move any of this other stuff. Well, I guess we'd still have to move some stuff. That would be pretty big pain to fix all these things again. But we've done it before. Wouldn't be the end of the world. And it would be cool to have a menu. However, that menu would be worthless when you're in the DMG mode. We could do two different menus, one that pops up when you're in Game Boy Color and one when you're not. That's kind of a lot though. Might be easier to add it to this and underneath options do like color. But then you couldn't change it from the pause menu. Also, I think each scene has that pause script on it, right? Yeah. So every single scene would need something that says, send you to this one if there's no color, send you to this other one if there is color. We wouldn't have to make a separate variable because you'd only be getting one or the other menu. But yeah, we would have to readjust all of these things, or just one of them and not the other. But I do kind of want to learn how to do both color and non-color, because I know that's a thing. We go to the preferences, and not the preferences, what am I doing here? Oh, the settings is in this thing here. And so here, if this is just set to monochrome, if we do color and monochrome, and then we go to the game world, everything's red, right? But we could change the default palette so it's green. But you can see if it's monochrome, then it's back to normal, right? So this would work in Game Boy Color, but it would be this red color. We could just pick one palette and then just stick with that and force the player to have the one palette. Or we could make it like an Easter egg, where if you hit the direction buttons, it changes the palette on the title screen. It's like right now, all the buttons send you to the next screen. We could change it so the different directions change the palette. But yeah, some people wouldn't figure that out. And it'd be better to just have a menu. I don't know. I'm reluctant to make another menu, but because we'd have to make another one for this one and another one for this one, right? Because this is the pause menu and this is the options menu. It would at least be a couple days of work. And that's before we even have the palettes figured out. There is room for it, if we make it. But what we could do in the meantime is make a new scene, because we'll have to go to a new scene to change the color palettes anyways, right? And then we'd have to figure out how we're gonna do that. So we've got our like explanations and stuff and our menu. I feel like something like this would probably suit us the best because we really only need it to like, I don't know, it depends on how we want to do it. Do we want to just have it cycle through a number and say like palette number and then select and, or yeah, I guess like back, it would only need one thing, go back, so you select the palette and then you go back, right? It would be like a palette number and then 2 numbers for the palette, and then you would select it and then go back and it would send you back to the menu you came from. Actually, we could just say palette select up here and then just have a number there and then go back. So this could be a lot smaller. Anyways, let's make a new version of this and we'll call it color or palette select. I think that's how you spell palette. Yeah, that's how you spell palette. Then the explanation one has these. And then we probably want arrows for this. So we would do like zero, or I guess we would want two different things. So just say 10, oops, in the right color. So, and then the arrows will be different because they're facing in different directions. And then so these would disappear and then these would blink. when they're selected, so you could go up and down, and then left and right when you're on 10 would increase or decrease the number. And do we have numbers? I think we do. Maybe we only have up to 30. Can't remember. Yeah, we only got 0, 1, 2, and 3, so we would need more numbers. But that's not the end of the world. It'd probably be easiest just to start over. Oops. Maybe put 0 first. So that way we could have up to 99 pallets, but I think that would be a little bit difficult to do. But we could have quite a few. We would have to set it to like a bank almost, because you can only have 8 at a time. But if we're only using 1 for each, we could just have it switch the bank after you get to like, or actually because there's one for the actor. Didn't think about how to handle the actor, to be honest. Maybe we make 2 different ones. One for actor and one for the background. But the actor, no one calls it an actor, so maybe cursor would be better. And then we'd run out of space. We could give it more room and then put background and then cursor. That might be the best way to do it. We would need different arrows here. That's not a big deal. Also, these would need to be different numbers. Oof. Almost. There's a Pokemon in chat. We got a wild bear tick. Oh, I missed the pixel. I feel like there should be space between them though. Hey, I caught the bear tick. Close. There we go. Actually, maybe we put it back down so that way we can put the cursor there so you can see the color of the cursor. That would make more sense, right? So we'll put the actor there, we'll lock it into place and just have it animate when this is selected. And then, yeah. And then this will work as the background palette, right? Because you can see all the colors there. Although it would be nice to have like a square. Maybe we can fit that in there too. And then this one, we would have, oh, I guess this one would be that. This one, be that, and then this one would be that. And that one would just be that, right? I don't know, we could outline it all with black. But that looks kind of funny. We could outline this one with white. And this one with that color. And then this one with that color. yeah, this one still gets lost because it's black. I guess we could use this, but then it's matching that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, it kind of looks cool like that. Alright. I think this will work. I don't know, maybe this should be one up. That kind of looks better, doesn't it? Alright, let's save it and export it. Actually, we don't really need to export it because it's already a PNG. So we'll find it here. Copy it. We'll throw it in our backgrounds assets folder here. We've got it there. And all right, let's check this out. Palette select. Yeah, so from here we can just make a, we'll make the select button go to the palette select. And we can change this later. Taco Crepe, how you doing? Welcome in. Thanks for the fart. Yeah, everyone should check out Taco Crepe if they haven't yet. They do pixel art and commissions, and they're super cool. They have a great stream. How you doing, Taco Crepe? You got stomach issues? Oh, just kidding. 16 shame points. Racking them up. So here we'll go color. So if color mode is available, change scene to palette. Wait, oh, we didn't name it here. Palette menu. Still far from the animatic, not that far. But I hope you're doing well. So on this one, we'll make a, well, first of all, the player should be transparent. And then we'll make a actor that will go right there, and this will be the pointer 1. And then, yeah, it's gonna be difficult to do, but we should figure it out. We're trying to make a palette menu for Frontrooms Normalities. So I've decided that the cursor will have, you should be able to change the palette for the cursor and for the background, right? And this will only work on the Game Boy Color, so only if color mode's available. And if it's not, then it will just be monochrome. But right now we don't have any of the palettes set, so it's this ugly red color when you're in color mode. But this will be how you decide. Like, I'll set it to a cool palette to begin with, right? And then... Alright, you're making Frontrooms for Game Boy Color too? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking make a Game Boy version and a Game Boy Color version, so that way, if people want the color version, they can do that. And then I was thinking about making an executable also, so that way if people don't want to download like an emulator, but they want to play it on stream, they don't want to do it from the web build, then, and most of the emulators, or at least the one that I know how to make an executable with, it has this really ugly black and white like DMG mode instead of like the green. And that just looks bad in my eyes because it was never intended to be black and white. It was intended to have that green behind it. And so I figure if I'm going to make executables, then I should make them Game Boy Color ones. And then a game like this, since I made it in the DMG mode, where everything looks good with only 4 colors, then it's really easy to just change the palette on everything, right? But... yeah, it will take a bit of extra coding though, I'm pretty sure, because each scene will need like a script put on it. But I can just have one script that runs, so it's not that big of a deal. It would take me going through each scene and putting that script on each scene, but there's not that many scenes. But I'll have to do that anyways to get to the pause menu. Or because I'll have to make a separate pause menu, one that doesn't have the option, so that way when you're playing on the Game Boy regular, then it doesn't do that, and then when you have it on the Game Boy Color, then it has a whole nother option. So there'll actually be 2 options menus and 2 pause menus, and then I'll have to code it to know whether you're in the color mode or not, and which menu and options menu to give you. So there is a lot to do. And then also, I haven't made any of the palettes yet. I haven't made this menu work, so like, yeah. Sounds fun. Yeah, that's what my Game Boy looked like when I ran Demon Fish for the first time. Oh, it was black and white. Yeah, it's kind of ugly. I changed it to blue and cyan one though. It looked really cool. Cool, yeah. Yeah, the black and white doesn't look good. But I have the same plan for Demon Fish to make a, I don't know about making the palette selection this way, but I might do something like that. You know, that might be in the cards. We'll just have to see. But yeah, so we made it so the select button takes you there, but nothing works in here yet, so we should probably do that. And we can take this actor and just make changes to it to make it work. There is a nose pass in chat. But yeah, I was thinking about doing emotes and then I never decided on what to do, and then I was like, I started working on a like a tile set for this, like to make these little 64 by 64 things, and I was thinking it might be cool to add that as like a separate part of this game, so you actually collect the pets and then you can collect money, and then so it gives you something to do while your pet's living. Oh yeah, like a mini game. Yeah, it would kind of be like a half and half almost, right? So it would be like 2 games at the same time, because I was thinking about this, and this would just be kind of boring watching it poop and cleaning it, right? And also it'd be really hard to miss that it pooped unless you had a bunch of pets and you had to like scroll between them cleaning poop all the time. And that doesn't sound like that fun of a game. But if you like have like a reason to go like out, you know, while your pet's at work or whatever, while it's sleeping, go out and like collect more money and more things, and then also, you know, you could then bring back your pet from the dead by collecting money and being able to give it food and water, even though the pet doesn't have enough energy to work. So like it would relieve some issues that I think the design would have in my head, at least, right? I'm like trying to play the game in my head, and I'm realizing that it's not that fun. So I'm trying to like increase the fun factor on it. And then, you know, I think something like this would be interesting for me because it's like an interesting challenge, but also it would be really easy to make like a whole bunch of these different levels and then make them randomly decide which is next, right? So you come from the stairs that are going up and you're going towards the stairs that are going down, and then these would like warp you across, and then I put chests here, but then I made them like this so they could be like separate sprites. But yeah, that was how we started the stream, and I was kind of showing off how tile swapping works. I realized that I never actually used this debug menu that I made for Demon Fish Dead Ahead. Yeah, there it is with the chests. Then we made this. Now we're getting it to work. So we need to change this to a new variable, this UI menu item. So we'll call it palette menu item. I don't know why it's called item. That just sounds weird, doesn't it? Maybe selection. Palette menu selection. There we go. So it does have 3 options. So when it's 0, it will replace 2 tiles. So that's the one that will blink, and then these ones need to be turned black. Oops. Oh, that one, yeah. So that works for that one. But one thing we don't have is arrows for this. So let's grab those arrows from our palette selector. So we'll grab this one and this one, copy those, and we'll, oh, we need the right layer. We'll paste them here. And then we should probably animate them. And I don't know. Maybe we just use all maybe we just use all the colors. And then I added new numbers because we never finished this number set, and then I don't want to move things around, and we've got all these other tiles, so we can get away with that. So yeah, we should save this and then export it, and we'll just replace the one that's there. Let's find it in the folder. So here's the replaced file, we'll copy it. We'll go to our backgrounds folder here. We'll paste it here. Oh, you know what? We don't want it there. We want it to be in the tile sets folder. We'll paste it there. We'll replace that file. And then now we should be able to replace it as needed. Also, we need to take some of these, so we'll grab this one. And all of these, actually. Let's just grab all of them. Except for that one. We don't need that one. Okay, so we need to replace all three. So, and actually we need to replace more now I think about it, because the arrows on either side are different. Where these two blood splat marks, those are exactly the same. So we need to copy and paste these. We'll throw them at the top, and then just move it over there and there. So that way we're replacing this one. Oh wait. This one, this one, this one, this one, and wait. Where's the other one? Oh. Alright, so this one, this one, this one, this one, this, and that one. So all of those need to be replaced. And we also need to do that at the start of this. So it says replace that one, that's fine. For this one, we need to replace those other two. So we'll just copy these, paste them here, and then we'll just move them over. And then, so when it's 1, we want to replace this one. We'll copy it, paste it. We can get rid of these. These are just confusing. So, and then this one we want to be that one, and then and then this one we want to be this one down here. But in the timer UI, we are changing some things here. Oops. Yeah, actually we do want to change that. So we've got this, and it's got 3 animation frames. So we'll move this over now to this one. So then we'll copy this, paste it, and then we'll make the arrow facing the other way. It's got 3, and then we'll move it there. Cool, and then all of those are fine. And then when it's 2, we need to replace all the other tiles. That one, and then this one will be these. And then we need to set the animation. So the easiest way to do this would be to remove that event and copy these 2. And then paste them here. And then move them up. And then, yeah, we've replaced those. Those are good. All right, and the UI timer is fine. And we did change that to the selection menu, so that should be fine too. All right, so the actor should be good. So now we need to adjust the initialization. We have all of the replace black tiles good. So this we need it to be the palette menu selection. And this also palette menu selection. Palette menu selection. And we do want to flip this the other way around too, because we're going up, right? And I think so when you're at 0 and you go up, we want it to go to 1 now. When you're at 1, we want it to go to 2. When you're at 2, we want it to go back down to 0. Because it's doing the opposite of what we're starting at. The opposite end is what it is, because we're starting it back now instead of starting at start, right? So if we hit up there, it goes down to there, and since we took that script, we want it to go up to there rather than from there to there. So that's how that works. This one, same thing. We'll change this to palettes. If I could spell. Palette menu selection. Palette menu selection. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. I'm lurking in Infinite Metal Stream, and there was a educational moment on series. Which is interesting to me. Anyways, so these have to go the other way too, right? So, and there's a mill tank in chat. OMG, I should lurk there too. It's a good stream. but you missed the educational moment. So, but yeah, everyone should check out Infinite Metal. They have an awesome stream. They're playing Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past right now, and yeah, they've got a great stream. I love hanging out there. So if what I'm doing is a little boring, or you need someone else to lurk in, go ahead and check that out. Alright, so if it's at 0 and we hit up, or we hit down, we want it to go to 2. If we're at 1 and we hit down, we want it to go to 0. If we're at 2 and we hit down, we want it to go to 1. So we flipped the script. And then this one, again, we want it to be palettes. So if we're at 0, we want to go back. And right now, back would be to the title. We'll have to change that once we have a place to go to that makes more sense. When it's at 1, so this is 0, when it's at 1, we want to change the cursor actually we don't want it to do anything for this one because we want to give it arrow keys for that. So we'll just disable these events. And then what we'll do is we'll copy this event and we'll paste it, and then we'll turn off these and we'll make it right. And so now this one will disable, and then these ones will enable. But instead of changing the scene, oh, actually we don't need these wait for seconds either. Oh, that's not the right one. We actually want this to change a variable that doesn't exist yet. So we're going right, so we're gonna want increment. And the variable doesn't exist yet, so we need to make that. We'll call it BG palette number. BG palette int. How about that? And then we'll copy this one. Right, so that one's this is actually the wrong one. But that's fine. We'll paste it here, and now it's the right one. And then this one we'll rename. We'll grab a different variable and name it to actor palette int. Actor palette int. There we go. And yeah. That's what we want. However, we don't have a maximum, but when we have a maximum, we want to set it back to 0. So we could do that in advance here. Or we could just hard code it. Because it's not like it's going to be used anywhere else. So if variable value actor palette int equals greater than or equal to, I don't know, 2, then set it back to 0. So value set, and then actor to 0. Right, and we can copy this event and paste it here, and then just change this to BG palette and BG palette. So this is assuming that we only have 2 palettes, palette number 0 and palette number 1, right? This way it can rotate and it won't just end at 23. It'll go back to 0 if 23 is the max or whatever. Yeah. So that will be the right button. We'll copy this, paste it. Now we want the left button. And so this one is fine. That's fine, but here we want to do the opposite. So here we'll remove that and do decrement. We'll throw this here. Actually, that should happen. That should be in an else statement, right?
Game over.
I wonder if he's using the same wind we are using.
Finish him. Finish him. Your way.
Welcome back, Wallace. Hope you're doing well. So this will be actor palette int.
Well, look here, Maddie. You drop your and grab your socks. We shipping out in 3 hours.
And this one will be decrement. Oh yeah, we want decrement. So we'll just copy this one, paste it here, and then decrement. Oh wait, BG. Yeah. And then so here, we want this to be, if it's equal to 0, then set it to 2. And again, we're gonna have to change this once we actually have a maximum, once we know how many there is. So if it's equal to 0, change it to 2. And then we need to go back because we didn't put it in the if statement or in the else statement. But then also, after each one of these, we need to put new numbers there. And so that's kind of like a big thing, right? So we should probably make a separate script. Oh nice, you made a background color and cursor switcher for the game. What show do you watch before bed? Recently, I've been rewatching, Alice in Borderlands, which I've seen it a couple times before, but it's kind of a cool show, and like now that I've seen it a couple times, I can kind of watch it without really paying attention, and I like know what's going on. But I've been playing Heroes of Hammerwatch 2 while I watch that before bed the last few nights. But I switch it up. I was watching Diary of a Apothecary, which was interesting but not amazing or anything. And then Before that, I was watching Dot Hack, which is really good. Dot Hack Sign. I didn't get into the rest of them, but I kind of want to, but I needed like a break. I don't know, I switch it up. Why? How about yourself, Wallace? Is there something you've been watching before bed, or are you just looking for more to watch? Do you have a comfort series show that you rewatch yearly? Yeah, I have a few. Maybe not every year, but or sometimes it's even more, but like, yeah, it depends, you know, what I'm in, what mood I'm in. I really like Silicon Valley. I've watched that a few times. There's one of my favorites is called Halt and Catch Fire. That is like a really good live action show that I've watched over and over again that I really enjoy. Just Red Letter Media. I don't know that one. I've never heard of the shows that you watch other than Dot Hack. So I'd never heard of Diary of an Apothecary, but it was on Netflix. Oh, and before that I was watching Free Ren, which is also on Netflix. So I was just trying to like get some use out of Netflix. I pay money for Netflix, so I should use it, kind of thought. And then I'm like, well, I don't really like anything that's on there. So I find myself either rewatching stuff that I like Alice in Borderlands, or because that's a live action. It's not anime. Same with Halt and Catch Fire. That's not anime either. Or Silicon Valley. That's not an anime either. I watch live action stuff as well. Oh, Red Letter Media is a YouTube channel that reviews movies and TV shows. I find them funny, but they know their film history, so that's cool too. Oh, right on. Yeah, as far as YouTube comfort shows, I really like LGR. I'm not sure if you've heard that one, but it was originally Lazy Game Reviews, but they're not lazy at all. They're like really well done reviews of not just games. They do weird stuff too. They do like thrift shopping every once in a while, which is kind of fun because I like thrifting. I don't like shopping. So it's kind of fun to watch someone else do it. They also do this really cool segment where they find like really weird peripherals, and they get like, they're big enough where people just mail them peripherals, right? And that's really cool because they end up with some of the most outlandish weird shit that there's like, that there was like hard to come by shit, you know. Sometimes it's like overly priced just because there's so few out there, but just like really weird peripherals, and that stuff is awesome. Old games, they make old systems, like they find like old parts and put together old systems and stuff. Like there was one where they just decked out a tower with like a whole bunch of different random things that you could put into your disc slots that weren't discs, right? Like there was an ashtray one, you know, like, so if you want to smoke while you're on your computer, you can just hit a button on your computer and an ashtray pops out, kind of like the world's stupidest shit. But they also had one that was like all audio stuff that was really cool. And they do Eurorack stuff too now, which is something that I've always wanted to do but never had the money to do. So it's just cool to see someone do the kind of shit like that. I wish I could. And they've got like a really soothing voice. They're just like, hello and welcome to another LGR thing. Like it's just really, really, I don't know. And the music is like really kind of like old-timey but kind of swanky at the same time. It's really, I don't know, comfort show for sure. I can just watch it and like get lost in it and like not even be really watching, just be like enjoying myself watching. It's like a weird feeling. There's a Pokemon in chat. We got a Hydreigon. A Hydreigon? That's some type of dragon? But yeah, as far as live action shows go, I think Halt and Catch Fire is my favorite. I'm all out of Pokeballs. Oh my gosh. But yeah, Halt and Catch Fire is really good. There's like 4 seasons of it, and it's set in the 80s at first, and then it ends in the 90s, and it follows this group of people that are connected at first by building a PC compatible portable computer, which is really interesting to me because I kind of grew up in that era. Like, I was really young, but I was like around, and I remember my dad bringing home a PC compatible portable just like the one that they were building, and like that was literally the first computer I ever played with. And then obviously the stuff in the 90s, I was well aware of what was going on then, and one of the characters becomes a game designer, so that's cool. And they do like an online chat community thing, and that's cool to me because I always liked Yahoo and AIM and all that stuff, AOL Instant Messenger. So like, I don't know, I really like that show. I think it's awesome. It's funny because it ends around the time that Yahoo is like becoming a thing, and yeah, good, really good show. I like it a lot. There's a lot of little tidbits in there, and the people who wrote it, I was doing research on it on Wikipedia, and the people who wrote it did like a ton of research when they were writing it. So it's not all factual, of course, because it's fictional, but there's a lot of factual stuff in there, or like really close to being factual, or like, you know, based off of history stuff. It's very nerdy. It's about computer people back in the 80s, so yeah. Back in the golden age of computing. So yeah, we want to change these numbers. So we're probably gonna have to run a script to do that. So let's make a new script, and we'll call it update BG palette. And then this will just change the numbers. I think we can do that. So what do we want? Tile? Replace tile at position. Yes. So here we need to figure out the tiles. So this is background, so this will be 9-7 and 10-7. So we'll go 9-7, and then this one we want it to be go past these, and so we'll start at 0, and then we'll do copy and paste, and then this one will be, instead of 9-7 we want 10-7. So there. Alright, and then so what we need to do is do like an if statement, because we can't do a switch because there's, well, I guess we could. We'd have to nest the switches though, and that would be kind of confusing, right? I'm thinking about how we need to do this. So we'll do a switch, and this one will be for the bank, right? So we'll make a new variable, and we'll say, oh, we can't rename it there, so we gotta rename it down here. So variable 35, we'll rename it, we'll call it BG palette bank We don't need to call it int, but it just feels more like it's definitely not a boolean. I don't know. It's just makes sense in my brain that way. All right, so we got bg palette, and then we've got bg palette bank int. And so if bg palette bank int has 16, then we'll have it start at 0. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is kind of ridiculous, but I feel like it should start at 0. 14, and then 15. So 0 to 15. And then so if it's at 0, then we want these two to be there. But only if the palette number is set to 0. I don't know. I don't know. We've got an ad. I'm gonna take a break. We'll be right back. Okay, we're back. And I'm sipping my tea now. Taco said, I remember asking my classmates Yahoo email for Yahoo Messenger, and their dad thought I was trying to hack their account. That's funny. Yeah, so I actually did have a Yahoo hacker friend, and I don't know if they ever hacked accounts, and I never got into that. But he did give me a hack tool for Yahoo Messenger, and it was really interesting. So not only that, but he gave me like 50 bots to test it with, because I was a beta tester for him. And so you could send these bots to crash someone's system is what you could do. Like you couldn't like, you know, obviously you needed their password to break into their account or whatever. But yeah, I could literally, if I didn't like someone, I could send like 50 bot messages. Or you know how you could buzz people on Yahoo Messenger and no one used it because it was so annoying, right? you could just infinitely buzz them until their system crashed. Because if 50 people buzz you at the same time, it crashes. I don't know if it would crash your entire system, but it would crash the software for sure. I never did that to people, you know, but that was one of the pieces of software that he gave me. Yeah. Yeah. The one that I actually did use that he gave me was because it was like an all-in-one hack tool, but there was like a bunch of features that I didn't have any need for. Like, I thought they were interesting, you know, if someone was harassing me, then I could fight back or whatever, but I never needed to. And then the one tool that I did use was to clear out to boot people from the chat rooms, right? Because you're not allowed to do that, right? But with this hack tool, you could kick people out of chat rooms, which isn't extremely useful for people because people could just jump back into the chat room. But it was extremely useful for the bots that had overrun the chat rooms, right? And you know what they are because they're always posting links for sex or whatever, you know? They weren't very, like, they weren't hiding the fact that they were bots. They were rampant in YouTube. But there was one chat room that I found that never had any bots, and I didn't know why until I realized that there was a hacker that also hung out in there that had been giving these hack tools to people so they could clear the bots out of the chat room. And then the other hack tool that I used was the mic locker, and that was solely so because it was a electronica chat room is what it was, and it was filled with a bunch of DJs, and I was a DJ, and that's how I found it, you know. And what you could do is lock the mic and then put on your music, and then you didn't have to hold the button, like, because you know how the mic was there for like talking. So, and like if you go into like a random chat room, there would be like random young people just like making sounds into the mic and thinking it was funny and laughing, and everyone's fighting over the mic button because you have to hold it down to make a sound, and then you let go of it, and then it's someone else's turn kind of thing. Well, with the mic locker, you just put that, you like dragged and dropped an icon onto the mic button and it locked it, and you didn't have to hold your mouse down on it. So you could just turn on music, and we took turns. It's not like we were like, the mic is mine and now you have to listen to my crappy music. I mean, there were some people that had some crappy music, but typically if you were saying like, hey, could I play a song, everyone was like, yeah, sure, you know. And then you would take turns, and whoever kind of, because a lot of times you go in there and be empty, right? Because it was kind of towards the end of Yahoo anyways, and all the other chat rooms had bots. So the only people who would like come back to that one were like the ones that knew that it was actually kind of like a cool spot, right? But yeah, it didn't last too long after that. Unfortunately, Yahoo like shut down their chat, and then everyone went to Pal Talk. All of the DJ people all went to Pal Talk because Yahoo Messenger was still open, and everyone was like, oh yeah, that sucks that Yahoo Messenger is down. They're like, well, you should join Pal Talk, you know, like, or you out there that the electronica chat's gone, like, oh well, Pal Talk has tons of electronic. Yeah, and yeah, they shut it down out of nowhere. Yeah, the chat, they did. But honestly, it wasn't really out of nowhere because it was rampant with bots for a long time, for like years and years and years before they shut it down. It was like unusable unless you had the hack tools, right? And there was so few people on there at the time that I finally got rid of it, or that they got rid of it. And yeah, I did use Pal Talk for a bit. And one of my friends was using Stickam at the time, but I didn't like Stickam as much. It was a little bit weird. And then Pal Talk, they wanted you to like pay money to use the webcam, which sucks. Because Yahoo, it was just like, use the webcam. Okay, cool. And then you'd set up a webcam pointed at your setup or whatever, and people could watch you DJ, right? If they wanted to. If they didn't, they could just listen or whatever. What the fuck? Yeah. Like, it was free to use Paltalk, except that if you wanted to use the webcam, you had to pay for it. So people who were serious about DJing, they didn't mind paying for it to use the webcam. But personally, I was like, dude, I'm just using this as something to like get drunk to after school, you know? Like, I don't really need to see people to enjoy this. You know, I still made friends using Paltalk, but yeah, eventually I kind of grew out of that. And yeah, I don't really know where I went to after that. For a while, I just didn't use any online chat until Discord. When I found Discord in like 2017, and or maybe it was, yeah, it was around 2017 I found it, like early 2017, and yeah, you know what? Maybe it was like mid 2017. Yeah, because it was like the middle of summer. But after I found Discord, I was like, oh hell yeah, chat's back, you know? And it didn't have webcams yet or anything like that. It didn't have video yet. It didn't. There was a lot of things it was missing, but it had chat rooms and a ton of developers on there, and that's what I was really interested in. But yeah, so we've got the bank, and so when you get to what, 7, then it needs to switch banks. So bank 1 would be 0 through 7, or I don't know. How many backgrounds can you have? If we go to color mode, or actually I think that doesn't make a difference. Yeah, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm pretty sure one of them has to be your sprite palette. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you have 9 with the sprite palette. I'm not really sure. I was a big forums user back then. Oh yeah, that's right, because MySpace and Facebook became popular. That kind of took over chatting, right? But never got to touch chat rooms of any kind until Discord, really. Ah, interesting. Yeah, no, I was probably in 8th grade when I started using chat rooms, like, regularly. And I fell in love with them right away. In fact, I was at my friend's house, and he had AOL, and I had AIM, you know what I mean? But AIM wasn't the same, right? Because you could only talk to people who you knew. And don't get me wrong, everyone had AIM back then, so it was pretty much all of your friends at school were on this big list, and if they were online, you could see them, and then you could, like, you know, text the girl that you crush or whatever you crush on, and text your crush, and hope they reply. And you know, sometimes they wouldn't, sometimes they would. Sometimes you could have, you know, actual relationships, because a lot of times there were people you knew in real life, and you could like meet up and stuff like that. Or mostly it was just like my friends that I was in bands with and stuff, and we would just like say, hey, how's it going? And that was about it. And maybe share some links or whatever, share some images, you know, mostly like band stuff, music stuff, animated GIFs and stuff like that. Early memes were animated GIFs pretty much, right? And it was cool, but once I found my friend with AOL, because I didn't have AOL, I just had regular internet, right? And AOL had like a monthly subscription, and it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me until I realized that you could use chat rooms and that a lot of people were on those chat rooms, and I didn't have anything else like that. I don't think Yahoo did yet, but Yahoo started shortly after that, and then I found Yahoo. Cosmo the Shadow, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for checking in. We're just talking about the early beginnings of chat rooms. And yeah, so my friend Ryan, his family had AOL, and he was like, you can use my screen name, it's cool, just, you know, hang out and see what it's like. It's a lot of fun. Because he was on it all the time. And I was like, oh, because we would be hanging out, and he'd be like, oh, I'm just gonna go online for a little bit, and he'd chat with these people that he knew from chatting like after school every day kind of thing in the same chat rooms, you know. And you know, I would say like, oh, I'm Ryan's friend, and everyone would be nice to me, and it was just like a really cool feeling to start chatting with strangers that way. Cosmo says, doing well, I'm just going to be lurking as an aside if I want to do an old game run later this week. Okay, cool, well enjoy your lurk. Yeah, we're just kind of chatting right now, but I'm also working on this palette select menu, slowly but surely. Probably won't get it done tonight, but yeah. So yeah, after I found Yahoo, I got pretty addicted to it, right? I would just stay up all night long just chatting, and a lot of time I would just read the chat and not even be actually chatting, you know? And honestly, I did that even in college. I would spend time just reading chats, reading chat logs, and like waiting for the right time to start chatting, and then just like sometimes not even chatting, sometimes just like lurking in the chat and reading and seeing what other people talk about, so that way I could feel more normal when I talk. It was weird, but I had some friends that I made. Actually, I had a lot of friends that I made right away. And so like my friends list on Yahoo Messenger was always pretty big, and then there was AIM also. AIM was awesome, and then the same thing kind of happened. It just kind of disappeared randomly and became not as useful. Everyone stopped using it. Everyone moved on, and I think it was still up and running when Facebook was, yeah, because I remember I actually had it on my phone. Like, I had this, it was like one of the earliest phones that had internet. It was a Nextel, and it didn't even have a color screen. It was an LCD screen, and you had to type with the numbers, right? You have to like hit the number a bunch of times to get the letters, and there was no graphic user interface. It was all just like lines of text, and you navigate these really like primitive looking websites. Like there was no graphics, it was all text, and it was just like them trying to display a website on just like this little screen with just text. So you'd have to like scroll all the way down just to read like one thing, right? And it was very limited what websites or what tools worked, but AIM was one of that worked, and I actually used it quite a bit. I remember being in high school, because I didn't get that phone until I was like 16 or 17, and I remember using AIM then, but it wasn't long after that it kind of, no one was on it anymore. And then, yeah, Yahoo Messenger. Oh, I had AIM and Yahoo on my phone. That was dope. But yeah, it wasn't long after that, like, a lot of my friends on Yahoo kind of stopped using it because it wasn't popular anymore. And then it took me a while to realize that Yahoo Chat still existed when I was in college. And I was like, oh, this is still a thing? I don't need my, because for a while I just kind of stopped using the chat and using just, you know, the messenger, because all of my friends were on there already. But once my friends kind of all fell off, I had to make new friends, and I was like, well, maybe I should see if the chat rooms are still open, and they were. So I jumped back into the electronic chat and Because at first I was into like the alternative chat, and there was like, I think there was like one for like the occult or something that I liked that was really interesting. You know, you'd hang out with all the witchy people, and yeah, so I used to jump around a lot, but when I was in college, I realized that all of them were dead and filled with bots until I found the electronica one, and I was like, wait a second, this one's not dead, and it's not filled with bots all the time. And sometimes it was, but other times it wasn't. OMG, and it had internet. Yeah, my phone had internet. Oh, I had a phase like that. Yeah. And I was just like researching demonic possession and stuff. And, you know, honestly, it's never really been a phase for me. I've always been really interested in the occult. I'm not the type of person to, like, you know, devil worship or, like, you know, sacrifice animals or anything crazy like that. But I always like learning about the stuff, and it's not just the occult. I've always liked learning about religion and beliefs and stuff like that. I remember I took a comparative religions class in high school that was, you know, really eye-opening and really cool. I learned a whole lot. I've never considered myself to be a religious person, but I've always found that stuff to be really interesting. It's really interesting. It is, yeah. So like when I was in junior high, I was hanging out with a group of friends who were like trying to do witchcraft, right? And I, you know, I didn't, you know, hang out with them or try to become part of the craft circle or whatever. I was like hanging out with them at school. I didn't like hang out with them too much after school. Actually, one of them I did hang out with after school, and it was crazy because I went to his house and he had like this really nice house. His family was really wealthy and very Jewish. Like there was a lot of like Jewish like religious stuff in their living room. I remember like Hebrew clocks and stuff, like all, you know, very like religious. And it was kind of interesting to me because I didn't know that his family was Jewish. Not that it makes a difference, but like I thought it was interesting because he was so into like Marilyn Manson and like just, you know, witchcraft and the occult and all that. So I mean, I guess it makes sense that if his family was really religious, that he would kind of push back. My family, on the other hand, wasn't that religious, so I didn't ever feel like I was like forced to push back against it, really. But I never really believed in it either, right? I didn't feel like I don't know, I never really felt like I belonged going to church. Like I never minded like knowing people that did, or like anything like that. Like I never made fun of people over their religion or anything like that, but I always thought it was a little bit weird in my own head, like for someone to do that. And that's probably mostly because I was young and I had a lot of questions, so I asked questions every chance I could to like pastors and priests and stuff like that. Whoever I had contact with that was like in a position to like tell me about religion, I would ask questions. And a lot of times they would get upset with me because I would ask questions they couldn't answer, you know, because either like they didn't feel like getting that philosophical with me, or they never had thought about those questions because they believe in faith. And a lot of times the question would always be like, or that the answers would always end up stopping at like the idea that you either believe in faith or you don't, and if you don't have faith, then you go to hell. It's like, okay, but if God had microwaved a burrito, you know, like kind of stuff. Yeah, to be honest, religion felt more like a personal thing more than it being a community thing, so it felt off to me when we have specific standards on how religion should be done, I guess. I'm the same way, Taco Crepe. I always felt like you should have a spiritual connection with what you believe is your higher power, and I always felt like that. But I always thought it was weird to say like, this is how you do it, those people are doing it wrong, and this is the book that you need to read, and you should also be giving money to the church because they're spreading this gospel, like, and all of that just seemed like so against spirituality to me. That, like, I mean, I never really, like, put my foot down or said, like, you're doing it wrong, or, like, you should be doing it this way, because that felt wrong too, you know what I mean? I always felt like you should have your own personal connection, and to, like, force someone to have your personal connection was against what that connection was, you know? So I don't know, it felt weird. So I did call out a few people who were, like, especially like when I was in rehab, I was in adolescent rehab and they made us go to church. I would question things, and I was in a position to do it, you know, like, they're trying to save me. I'm trying to figure out why they're trying to save people, you know, like, that kind of thing. But yeah, I read a lot of witchcraft books. I read a lot of just like random occult stuff. Like, and then when I was in high school, I had a friend who he's like, oh, you like that stuff too? I was like, yeah. And he like gave me all of his books to read, like, or lent me all of his books. He had like the Satanic Bible and the Necronomicon and the Book of Thelema. And I remember thinking the Satanic Bible was pretty stupid. The Necronomicon I loved. I thought that, like, it pushed me into nonfiction, or into fiction. I had been reading only nonfiction for like the longest time because I was kind of forced into reading fiction when I was young, and I didn't like it. I wasn't exposed to any really good fiction, and so I didn't like it, right? I thought the best fiction that I had read was like Animal Farm and things that were more like allegories of reality, right? And even those were kind of boring to me. So when I found Simon's Necronomicon, and if you're not familiar with the book, it's a spell tome that's written like it's factual, like this is how you summon Cthulhu kind of book. I mean, it wasn't how you summon Cthulhu, but it was pretty much you know. And it was this reminds me of Army of Darkness. I need to rewatch them. Yeah, the Necronomicon. Yeah, Army of Darkness was good. In fact, all the Evil Dead trilogy was good, right? I really liked the second one, Evil Dead 2. But yeah, Army of Darkness was over the top hilarious, and that made it, because like Evil Dead 1 and 2, they had the comic part, but it was like almost accidental. Like the campiness was funny, but they weren't trying to be campy, they were trying to be scary. But then in the second one, they definitely they were like, okay, well, people liked the first one, so maybe we should do more of that. And they kind of amped up the campiness and inserted some jokes in there. And then the third one, they just went off the rails with the jokes, and it was good. They did a good job with it. Yeah, OMG, I love those movies. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that in a while. I think I have Army of Darkness on DVDs somewhere still. I don't know if it made it. I've moved so many times, a lot of my stuff has gotten tossed, unfortunately. But yeah, Simon's Necronomicon, it just like opened me up to the world of fiction, and I actually started writing like my game Source Hack. A lot of the writing actually kind of started from that era when I was in high school, and I was like, Simon's Necronomicon, this could be the basis for a video game kind of thing, like, and it like inspired me to have all of these ideas for a video game that I wrote down. I sat there and wrote pages for this video game idea. And this was before I started programming. This was before I started making game art. All I had been doing was like simple mods and asset swaps and like Doom levels and stuff at that point, because I was still in high school. And I didn't know that I was going to be a game developer, but in my mind I wanted to be. I was like, one day I'll be able to make games for consoles, and this is what it'll be like. And anyways, Source Hack kind of dips into that if you get far enough into it. Actually, only on the update that I haven't released yet, but yeah. But yeah. What else did I read? Oh, the Book of Thelema was interesting because that is a real spiritual text. Thelema is a religion that Aleister Crowley made, and it's a ritual magic based religion, and it's It's akin to Kabbalah, which is a religion that Madonna was really into. I don't know if she is anymore, but a lot of celebrities were into Kabbalah, and it actually has like Jewish like blood, I would say, like Jewish DNA in Kabbalah. There's some crossover there, and I don't really know the ins and outs of it, but from what I understand, some of the symbolism from Kabbalah comes from like early Judaism stuff. Like the Tree of Life, I know, is a big Kabbalah symbol, but I think that got its start in the Jewish religion, and also it's used heavily in the Book of Thelema. So yeah, when I was making the game idea, I was kind of mixing the Book of Thelema with the Necronomicon together, and I thought that was interesting. But yeah, it seems to have the Illuminati triangle thing, which is that the Kabbalah or the Book of Thelema. The Book of Thelema. So the one that I read had a cover like this, I think. It was different. Let me see if I can't find the exact one. I probably can't. Oh wait, this is the one that I found. It was called The Magic of Thelema. Where is it? This thing. So this is the one that I read. So yeah, it's got 666 right on there. It's got a what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pointed star. It's got the sun and the moon there, and I'm not sure what this is. But I actually, at one point, I remade the cover of this book for college. Like, we had to make a cover, and I think I had found this. I had found this, and I like worked these symbols into it because I thought they were more interesting. But also, this symbol is like heavily prevalent, but it's actually just another version of the hexagram. But yeah, the 7-pointed star and this thing in the middle is something that Tool uses in their imagery, and I was really into Tool at the time. But yeah, this Eye of Ra and the pyramid, the all-seeing eye, is a Illuminati symbol, but it's not just an Illuminati symbol. It goes further than that, right? But yeah, they definitely use some of that symbolism for sure. And for a while, I was interested in what do they call it? Freemasonry. You know, I learned about it, and I realized that it's not something that I really wanted to get involved in, because like it's just like any other religion. They want money. Cyphex, welcome in. How you doing? Eye of Ra is recent meme now, which is crazy. I didn't know that. Isn't that the Eye of Horus though? Or is it the Eye of Ra? Oh, they're different. But they're very similar. The Eye of Ra and the Eye of Horus. It's almost like they're part of the same face. Although not all of this one has that circle there, from what I'm seeing. It's just like a left and right thing. a yin and yang kind of thing, apparently. Oh. Nerd, you like the new emote? Hi, I'm good. How about yourself? I'm doing good. I thought the Freemasons were more of an ideology than religion. But I will say Buddhism gets real close to not being a religion. Interesting. No, I would say that Freemasons aren't a religion. You're right. That they're more of a brotherhood. It's a fraternity is what it is. But it gets very close to religion in the way that what I mean was they want dues, they want money, like, you know, like in a lot of the ways that religions work, Freemasonry works kind of the same way, where there's like different levels of it. The deeper you get, the more knowledge they give you, etc., etc. And it's kind of a bit of a pyramid scheme. But a fraternity at that, right? So the deal with fraternities are, if you are like looking for work and you're getting interviewed by someone that is part of your fraternity, there's a better chance that they'll give you the job than someone else. So if you're wearing your Freemason ring and they're wearing their Freemason ring, you can almost guarantee that you're gonna get the job. Yeah, and it's kind of a weak, kind of messed up thing that goes on, especially like in the corporate world, where it should be about more like skills and all types of other things, rather than like where you spend your money, because really they'll let just about anyone into the Freemasons. I mean, you have to be a guy, which is kind of weird. You have to have enough money to pay the dues, and you have to be like successful. But I think, and you have to be a certain age. I think you have to be like 17 or something like that. But it's not like there's a crazy test you have to do or anything like that. I mean, I think later, as you get like more advanced levels, and I don't know the ins and outs of it, obviously, but you have to do more and more like traditions and rituals and stuff, which I've heard come pretty close to religion. But Buddhism, on the other hand, is actually a religion for sure, and it's a set of beliefs, and there are Buddhist temples, and you can, you know, become part of a Buddhist community and all that stuff. We need to bring back the Pythagoras cult. Yeah, I don't know. I think the world has enough cults. But yeah, it's funny because the word cult back in the day didn't mean what it means now. Back then, like, a cult was a religion. There was in Greek mythology, well, not Greek mythology, in Greek history, there is a lot of different cults, because you had, you know, polytheism, so you had different cults for different gods, and there were some really strange cults. There was one that used to like find, they had found this crevice that was releasing this hallucinogenic gas from the earth, and they would like get stoned on hallucinogenic gas. That's fucking crazy, right? And then there was another one that would like get people drunk and convince them to cut off their genitals, and then when they would wake up all hungover without their genitals, they would be part of the cult because they had no genitals and they had nothing else to do but join this cult that would go around getting people to cut off their genitals. It was a really strange time for religion. They did have many strange gods, so it makes sense. The main thing with Buddhism is they don't believe in any god, and it is compatible with other religions, like a Buddhist Christian could exist. Yeah, I mean, you can have more than one like set of ideals in Buddhism, right? But it is also like a way of thinking, and there's also different varieties of Buddhism too. But typically Buddhists believe in reincarnation, which is something that Christians don't believe in, right? So a lot of the things that make you a Buddhist will make you not other religions, because you have to believe in certain things in order to be Christian, depending on your part of Christianity, like your what do they call that? The varieties of Christianity. There's a lot of them. Ever since the Great Schism, Christianity's just been breaking off into different varieties, and there's more and more all the time, right? My mom became part of this non-denominational Christian church, and they're just like, we're Christian. It's like, oh, so you're Catholic? No, we're Christian. Oh, so you're Lutheran? No, we're Christian. Like, oh, you're Protestant? No, we're Christian. Like, okay, what denomination are you? We don't have a denomination. Like, okay. Yeah, denomination, that's the word for sure. But yeah, I went, when I was taking my comparative religions class, I actually went to this non-denominational Christian church, and they did this weird thing where they wanted it was the middle of winter, and they wanted everyone to donate their shoes, like, without any warning. They didn't say, hey, we're donating shoes this week. They said, oh, now that you're here and you've brought your church shoes, put them on the stage, we're gonna give them to homeless people, and you can walk out to your car in the ice without shoes on and drive home without shoes on, which is illegal, by the way. You're not allowed to drive without shoes on. You need some type of footwear to legally drive, and not only were people putting their shoes on the stage one after the other, but they also were like, well, I'm gonna give them my coat too, and they like throw their leather coats on. So, that sounds like a cult. That's exactly what I wrote in the report. But this was my mom's church. Yeah. And she looked at me because she had gotten me like a new pair of shoes recently, and I was like still happy with my old pair, but she's like, oh, I got you this new pair, you have to wear them. And I was putting this big stink on about this old pair is still good, and like I can still just wear these. She's like, oh no, we're going to church, you have to wear your good shoes. And so she gave me this look like, if you want, you can give away your shoes. I was like, I'm not giving away these new shoes, you just got them. Like, you know, like, it was a weird time. But eventually my mom left that church and went to a Baptist church. She switched to a Baptist church, which I never went to, but I went to her funeral at the church, and they let this guy talk about Trump on the stage during my mom's funeral. And granted, it was my mom's husband's brother, so they probably let, you know, that anyone do whatever they want there. But he wore a Trump shirt to the funeral, like, I mean, he wasn't a Baptist. I'm not trying to say anything against Baptists. But also, I dated a girl who was from a Southern Baptist family, and she was, I don't know what it's like when you run the other way from religion. That's what she was doing. She was like not happy about being like that. That sounds like an odd group. Yeah, it was an odd funeral, to be honest. But yeah, like I said, it was my mom's husband's brother who was the weirdest part of it, for sure. So yeah. This thing, we've got the up button and the down button, the right button and the left button. So the actor palette, so we should probably like change the palette, right? So update the background palette. So at this point, if it's set to 0, Also, there, like I said, there should be a switch here because this is like the bank. So we'll do a switch, and then this switch should be this should probably be the pallet one, right? Or do we even need this bank? I don't think we need the bank anymore. My brain's still trying to wrap itself around what I'm doing here. So let's get rid of that, and then this one. In fact, let's just not do a switch. We'll just do a bunch of if statements. If variable value, and so if the BG pallet int equals 0, then we set this to 0, which that's what that is, and then we want to set background palette, and then at this point we modify the first one to be the second one, and we only ever use the first one, right? And then so we can just copy this, paste this, and then set this to be the next one, and this will be 1, and then this needs to be 0, 1. And then this one will be 2, 2, and this one will be the next one. Okay, so that's the background palette. That's the start for that. So this one will do update actor palette. And then so we'll just copy this one. And we'll paste it here. And then so we'll change all of these to be actor palettes, actor palettes, actor palette. Alright, so this one, 0, yeah, we'll leave those the same, but then this one, we don't want background palettes, we want actor palette. No. Palette. Set. Bright palettes. So this one we can change to that one. We'll delete this one. Copy, paste it. This one will be this one. Delete that one, paste it. And this one will be this one. Anyways, let's give this a shot, but we need to run these scripts. So every time we change the palette, we need to set the palette. So we'll do call script, and this one is actor. So we'll do what is it called? Updates actor palette. We'll copy this, paste it here, and do update background palette. Paste it here, That's actor, yep. And then this one is background, so we'll change it to background palette. All right, so hopefully this works to some degree. There's probably things that we missed and messed up, so more than likely it won't work, but that's okay. Gonna take a second here. But yeah, I've been playing a lot of Heroes of Hammerwatch, and that is a lot of fun. Hey, Tiger J, welcome in. Everyone should check out Tiger J's stream. They do a lot of different stuff, game dev, and they also play a lot of game jam games, and I think they even hosted some game jams, right? Anyways, long time no see. I've been missing your streams because I usually sleep through the day, unfortunately. The jam emote, yup. Well, I'm sorry that I've been missing your streams. I know you stream on Sundays. Do you stream other days other than Sunday, or is it just Sunday no, Saturdays? Sorry, Saturdays kind of in the early day, right? I think. Forgive me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yup, okay, cool. Well, welcome in, Tiger J. Tiger J is super cool. They've been hanging out in the stream for a long time now. We've been mutuals on Twitter for a long time. Saturdays at noon for Europeans. Ah, okay, okay. But yeah, we're doing a build where we've recently made a palette select menu for this game, and it should only work in color mode. But yeah, I'm not sure. We just hit play. I'm not sure if it's going to make a color version or not, to be honest. But once we compile it, we can easily compile a ROM as a Game Boy Color or as a .gb. But yeah, Tiger J, if you've been working on anything good lately that you can share, or that you'd like to share, definitely drop it in the chat. I like to keep up with what people are working on. It's like it's linking now, so that's good. But yeah, the low-res jam is coming up next month. Actually, I still haven't finished this game for a jam, but the jam is like still another month and a half or so away from being done. And did this finish? Uh-oh. It didn't build. Error, no such file or directory. I don't know why it does that sometimes. But at least it did all the compiling already, so it shouldn't have any issues. There's a Sewaddle in chat. A Sewaddle? A Saywaddle? It might be because of the scanline effects that for some reason it doesn't build. But I'm actually not using that plugin, so I could remove that. I wanted to use it, but I never got it to work properly. It was only like doing the effect on, or it was like cutting the screen in half in a weird spot. I wasn't sure why. I do know the developer of that plugin, but I haven't had a lot of luck using it, so I don't know. I feel bad reaching out being like, I can't get this to work on anything. You know what I mean? They do hang out in chat every once in a while. But I know they're really busy with other stuff too. Here it is. Let's see. Oh, and it's in Game Boy Color mode. So that's step one. So if we hit the select button, it takes us to so the arrow is broken. Oh, look at that. It's changing the background color. It's changing the actor color, but it's also updating the number for the wrong one. So the arrow's broken and the number's broken. It's weird that it sets it to be the arrow and then sets it back. So that's kind of a bug too. So yeah, and then it goes back to this because we need to set every scene to update the palette, right? But we did make that script, so it should work. In fact, we can do that here. We can say or I guess we could do it at the beginning of the script, right? Update BG palette. We can wrap all of this in a if color mode enabled event. And then on this one, we can just call the script and it won't do anything if that's not the case. And then we'll have to do it for the actor one also. So if color mode is available, then we throw these in there. Oh, but these also update the tile. So we need another variable that says that we're in this menu when we're in it, and then yeah, so that's actually really easy to do. So we'll do variable value. Tiger J says, I recently made this little Nokia style game for a tri-jam. Now I'm playing around with the dedicated multiplayer stuff in Godot. Cool. Just send them this emote. Who are we sending that to? I missed the context on that. Let's pull that up. And thank you, Tiger J, for sharing what you've been working on. Let's take a quick look at it. I'm gonna turn off my music since there's music here, or since there's audio. All right, so let's see. We've got the number pad, 5 to fish, To fish again, press 5. Sometimes there are bombs. Defuse them by guessing the code. The longer you fish, the more complicated the bombs get. You got this. To keep your score and quit before you lose, press number pad 0 or slash, and no number pad, no problem. Use keyboard layout. Point value and possible items. Cool. You didn't make the sound effects. We're catching stuff. Nothing like a good fishing game. Uh-oh. I'm not sure how this works. Do we want it to be... So we don't want it to be that. Do we want it to be that? No. Do we want it to be that? So I'm a little bit confused about the bomb defusing. A number pad, all solid. Oh, okay, okay. All solid is right. Number pad, right place. I got you. I got you. Let's try that again. So yeah, maybe if it mentioned that in, and maybe I got it. Maybe it does mention it. I just didn't realize it. All right, so the second one is 3. Oops, I screwed that one up. All right, so that one's 7. 6, 3, 7, 3. So 6, 3, 7, 3. Oh, that one wasn't a 3. Is it a 6? Oh, a 2. The 2 and the 3 looks similar. It was close. We'll get it this time. This is actually really fun. All right, so we'll do 7, 8. So 8 and 9 are the last two. 6, 8, 9. So 3. Oh, so 3, 6, 8, 9. We got it. We got one. Nice. Boxes is right number, wrong position. Ah, okay. All solid is the right number. Boxes is, yeah, okay, cool. That makes it a little bit easier. All right, here we are. So 9, 4, 3, so 4. What's the next one? It's not 9. Not 4. 3. So 4, 3. Oh, wait, that's a 2, isn't it? No. So 4 3 something 9 4 3 4 2 4 was it 8 9 6 1. Okay, so it's 4. I figured it out. 4 2 3 9. I keep thinking that the 2 is a 3. This is fun though. Nice work. Alright, so we got a 7 in the 2 place, a 5 in the last, a 3, blank, 7 5. Oh, wait, 2, that's a 2, isn't it? 2 2 7. What was the last one? The second to last one? Oh no. 2 7 2 7 2 7 2 7. Shit. 2 7 something 5. I couldn't figure out what the third one was. Seven 5 4 6 7 5 4 6 7 5 4. We got it. That wasn't so bad. All right, so 2 3. Two, 3 7 4. All right, so it's 4. Oh man. 4 7 6 4. Zero will exit with your score. It's push your luck and the bomb rate increases. So 8 7 7. Wait, what's the last one? Oh, there's a 0. Alright, so 8 7 7 0. Got it. I wasn't clicking 0, no wonder why I wasn't finding it. Oh, dropped the mouse. Dropped my mouse. Alright, fishing some more. So blank blank 9 4. Two 9 4. Two 9 4 4. What's the first one? All right, so 229. Oh fuck. 224 9 22 4 22 944. Got it. All right, let's hit the 0 button. We got our score. So that's really fun. So nice job on this. We're gonna rate that highly because that was surprisingly fun for how simple of a game it was. Really great work. Thanks for playing. Thanks for sharing it, and thanks for making it. It's important that people make cool stuff like that, you know? Very much appreciate any type of dev work like that. Everyone should check out Tiger J's itch page. Play some cool games. Quest for the West. That's got a Froggo. The Caverns of Twitch. Twitch integrated RPG. That sounds fun. How many people have tested this for you? Caverns is broken. No. Quest for the West is my most popular game. Oh, interesting. Got an Oregon Trail vibe to it. Howdy, partner. Very cool. Well, I'm gonna have to check these out one of these days. It's too bad that Caverns of Twitch is broken. It would be cool to play that on stream. Do you have any other Twitch integrated games? I honestly, I would love to make a Twitch integrated game, but I have no idea how to do that. I was looking and it looks like it's getting easier. Yeah, it was based off the Honest Dan's Twitch API, and I think Twitch changed some things. Ah, okay. Yeah, that makes it difficult when the APIs change. So we need a new variable here. We're gonna call it in palette select. We're gonna set it to 1 when we're in the palette select, and then when we leave the palette select, so when the switch is at 0, we want to copy this and paste it here and set it to 0. And now when we run these, we need to run another if and this will be palette in palette select. So we'll copy this and then we'll paste it in here, and we only need to run these two if this equals 1. And so this should be 1. Copy, delete, and then so each of these is going to get that. Alright, but one of these needs to be changed. This is the background one, and that's the one that was changing, so that's fine. But we need to go into the actor palette. Have a great stream. Yeah, thanks, Indie Love. I appreciate you dropping in. Yo, welcome in. How you doing? Is that a platypus? Nice. I made some new emotes myself. I like this one. Alright, so these ones need to be changed down to 911 and 1011. So 11 and 11. $11 and $11. Oh. 11 and 11. All right, so that should take care of that. And then are we running this script? Yeah, so we're running this one. Let's run the other one also. So we'll copy this and paste this there. This is actor update. Alright, so we got those, and the arrows were doing something weird, right? So let's fix that. Oh, I think that's actually happening here. So on updates. So yeah, this is happening when it's supposed to happen. It just takes a second to happen. And then everything's getting replaced fine, but these ones... there should be 3 frames, right? So 1, 2, 3. But it was doing the wrong thing. Oh, wait. Because of this variable. This needs to be local 2. Is there something else that happens that needs to go down? So that should fix it. Not sure. But let's give it the old testaroo. You pointing at the bug? There might be a bug. Never said it was gonna be bug-free. The Game Jam game after all. Alright. Oh, and now it's green? Well, that's weird. Well, we got the arrows working. And that's working. I wonder what it's gonna look like if we do it to other scenes now. I saw like a flash. I hope it doesn't do that on all the scenes, because that would be annoying. But maybe we just do the menus first and see. Alright, so we'll save it, and this time we'll do an export as so we can see it in full speed, because maybe it's just making that flash on the one emulator that's kind of slow. There's a Pokemon in chat, if anyone plays the Pokemon game. I can't believe it's already 1:30. Nice work catching the Zorua. Zorua? The Zorua. Alright, so let's hit the select button. It worked. So it does flash, which is not what we want. Oh yeah, it flashes. Yeah, that's not what we want at all. You see it flash? That's really bad. Enough to cause seizures. It's seizure-inducing flash. Why does it do that? Let's turn to the internet. Huh. So apparently we can't have dynamic backgrounds based on a setting because it's going to flash colors. Well, at least we did this and tested it before we did like a crazy amount of stuff. But that's upsetting. It says making it fade to black mitigates the issue. I didn't realize these were in here. Fade options. Fade to white, fade to black. Let's try that. Fading to black might look better anyways, because it's kind of creepier, right? I never noticed, but it looks like Stream Avatars has trouble while I'm building. Alright. Let's test it now. Looks like it's having trouble anyways, doesn't it? Anyway, so we'll hit the button. It's weird that it doesn't flash there, but I guess it's because it's like... it definitely flashes. We got the zero. The zero. But for whatever reason, it didn't change back. Whoa, we got a lot of zeros there. So it's still flashing. There's no way to fix that. The fade to black doesn't look terrible, but it doesn't look great either. I kind of got used to it fading to white. We definitely can't have it flashing every time you go to every time you go to a menu. Flash. 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 That just ain't gonna work. Well, I guess we're not doing the palette. I guess the only other choice would be to give it a palette that we like. Pre-existing palette. No, yeah, so there's some wasted work there. Just a couple hours, you know, nothing big. But, you know, I had a feeling that there might be some issue, so that's why I did things the way we did, rather than like setting up all the palettes first and then getting attached to them and getting attached to the idea of having like 100 million and setting that up and then getting all the numbers working and everything. I was like, let's make sure that it can switch between 3, right? And it can't. Not without flashing the screen. And that sucks. Yeah, at least, yeah. I mean, it would suck to spend like a whole couple days trying to get, and then realize that it flashes like at the end. Like, I just wish that it didn't, right? It'd be so much cooler if it didn't. There's no way to like set this stuff to like, to change permanently, or is there? I wish I knew more about how this worked. But it seemed like after setting it here, it didn't change all of them, right? It's like it goes, it's only setting the background palettes for that scene. Man, I sure wish the documentation was a little bit, like, more robust. There's literally nothing about this event, this sweat background palettes event. Wait, I think I might have found something. Make set background palette options clearer. This is a request, right? Actually sets it to the scene default. So in the palette, set background palette event, leaving a slot as none actually sets it to the scene default. This is pretty useful for stuff like palette cycling. You don't have to set every single palette in every event, but a lot of people don't seem to know it's there. I think some people assume none just means DMG palette, which isn't helped by the color preview. Describe the solution you'd like. Change the text for none to scene default or similar, and change the color preview. Either hide it entirely, set it to all white, somehow actually get it to show the scene default for the palette, if that's even possible. Describe alternates. It does sound, it's still not clear to me. Sets it to the scene default. So these are the defaults. I wish I understood more about how this works. There's just not enough information. It's kind of ridiculous. I don't know how it works. Alright, let's try some things. We'll disable these events. We'll leave this one on, but also this needs to happen before that. And then for some reason it wasn't turning that off. But it should be. Anyways, it won't matter because I turned that off. Maybe this'll save it? I don't know. Oh, that's why it was happening. I was like, well, that's weird. But yeah, I don't think that's gonna make a difference because it's not like we're using different palettes anyways. It's just, it's reverting back to this because that's what this is set to. I don't know. We'll give it another shot. Probably doesn't fix anything. I'm going through the same thing with Mix It Up right now. What are you trying to do in Mix It Up? Maybe I can help. I've really only been using it for like maybe 6 months, but I've been learning a lot about it. It's a bit messy, but I'm trying to add a frog catching minigame where every time you check in, you catch a frog. Interesting. Tell me more. Clearly, the check-in numbers are easy enough, but I wanted to come with a size variable that changes each catch attempt plus a leaderboard. So, I'm not sure how the catching works, but you can do a leaderboard just based on the check-ins. Whoever caught the biggest frog of the stream will display somewhere. So, yeah, explain to me more about the catching. Is it like all text-based? Is there an actual like frog that needs to be caught somehow? Is there a location for the viewer and the frog that needs to be catched? I'm drawing a picture of an actual game in my head. Alright, so if we hit shift, it did flash there. But yeah, then it goes back to that. I don't think there's any easy fix for this. That's unfortunate. It works more like catch, and you catch a random frog with a random size. Okay. So... do you check in with catch then? So what I would do is I would set up a variety of frogs and then just randomly choose between them, right? But what you can do then is make the bigger frogs less likely to happen. Let's pull up Mix It Up and see if I can help somehow. Yep, sorry to include that part, LML, like similar to your daily check-in, except you also catch. Cool, so Kixie does something like this, right? Where when you check in, it displays a random game recommendation. Let's see what I have that's similar. How do you... oh, wait. That didn't work. I'm looking for where my slots command is, because it's kind of like that, right? Okay, so what I've got here is under games, I added the slot machine game with the command slots, right? And then when you hit the edit button, this is what pops up. So we have the slot machine is the name, slots is the command, so that's where you would put catch, and then you have outcomes, right? So I would make it a slot game, except... well, no, that doesn't really work because this is like... this is slots. What other games are there? Maybe you could work a game into it, like roulette, but maybe not, because it sounds like it's kind of already set. So maybe that's not the best way to do it. What else do I have? So in sound alerts, wait, where's the rest of them? Well, we could use fart, right? So fart uses a random sound, right? But that's just a random sound. There's no way to make one more random or happen more often. I was trying to make them using conditionals, which I have some familiarity with. Yeah, I haven't messed with conditionals much. I'd like to learn that though. You laughing about the fart? Oh, all of my sounds are in the channel points. That's right. So, do you want it to be that you automatically catch a frog and it's just a different sized frog every time? But do you want the bigger frogs to be less often? Because that's the part that I would have trouble with. Like, I could put a random frog on the screen and say that you caught it. As far as keeping track of that, you would just have to put like a message with each frog that has the what do they call the special identifier, and then give a value to that special identifier. But you wouldn't be able to make the bigger frogs happen less often that way. I'm not sure how you would do that. It'd be cool if there was a way to do it with the games, but the games are kind of already like built, right? Yep, aside from catching a random frog, there has to be a size value. For example, a green frog can be between 2 and 4 in size. The tricky part is integrating the leaderboard system within Mix It Up. Yeah, that would be tricky. I'm wondering if you could do whole words here and then only do one symbol and then just... Well, no, that won't work because these are symbols. Yeah, there's no way to change this. That's a lost cause. Got 2 of those open. I don't know, there is a way to code widgets, right? I don't really know how to do it, but there is a way to put your own JavaScript in. I think it's JavaScript. Anyways, yeah, I was trying to make a fishing game, and I ended up not doing it. But each thing has a JavaScript thing, right? So you could actually code the overlays to use the JavaScript, right? But yeah, I don't know anything about that shit. No idea. Sorry, Taco, I'm not much help. I'm hoping to figure out though. Also, don't want to take you out of your bug fixing. My bug fixing is done. I've given up. Oh, no, we don't want to close it. We just want it to go away. This isn't going to happen. This scene isn't gonna work. It flashes too much. Thanks for trying. Yeah, sorry, I'm not more helpful. I wish I knew the ins and outs of Mix It Up so I could be like a wizard. Yeah. I'm not. But yeah, this flashes too much to do it every scene. And it doesn't like set the values for all of the scenes. It has to be set for each scene individually. So that's unfortunate. And I don't know enough about it to fix it. Also, we should change it back to fade to white because that looks better. We'll save it, but I'm gonna delete that stuff. This stuff because I don't know. I guess we don't have to delete it. We can just disable that and then you can't get there. But also I don't want it to be that ugly red color. We could make a palette based off of the palette that I have in this emulator. Oh, and now it's not doing it because it's in color mode. But here are the colors. So we should just write them down. We've got a Frontrooms. There we go. Wait, where'd it go? So we'll just write down these colors because I like this palette. .253, comma 193, comma 191. Of course it goes away. Also, can we pause that so we don't have to listen to it? Alright, so the next one is 163, comma 180, comma 63, 133, comma 80, comma 169, and then the last one is 39, 24, 50. Alright, so yeah, we can set it to use those colors. So if we go to palettes here, we'll just set these to be those. So this one's what, 256? No, 253. 253. Wait, why is it doing that? Oh, you know what we need is the hex values. It's okay, I have those written somewhere too. But I don't think that emulator is gonna give it to us. Where is it though? GB Studio? GB Palettes. And I think it's this one, I'm not sure. Let's take a closer look at it. 253? No, that's 234. That's not it. Oh shit. Alright, so it's not that one. It's gotta be this one. 253, yeah, here it is. So now we've got the hex values written. So I'm gonna pull this up over here and we'll just type in the hex values. So F B C 1 B F, and now A 3 B 4 5 3, and then 8550 A9. This one 271832. There we have it. So now at least it won't look super ugly in color mode. But we won't be able to use this, unfortunately. But I'm glad we didn't make all of these menus and stuff. We just got like a test menu working, and it didn't work very well. So that's that. Alright. So there is an ad starting soon, so we'll take another break here. And then I think I might like play some games or something, I don't know. Or maybe do emotes, I don't know. I'll think about it. We're gonna take a little break. Alright, we're back. Taco Crip says, I like it too for the game. Oh, the color palette? Yeah, I think that worked pretty well. Sorry, I didn't read that for a while. It's a nice, like, kind of creepy, eerie palette. Kind of reminds me of Scooby-Doo. Actually, is that what it was? Did I close the image already? Oh, it's supposed to be Dragon Ball. I don't know why. Palette color, perfect Majin Emperor. Someone made this, and I found it, and I was like, that's a cool palette. And they made a whole bunch. And then I also found a whole bunch on low spec. So like, these are great for like 4-color palettes. I realized, like, they work for kind of anything, right? Which is nice. I mean, some of them work better than others. This is an interesting one also. Funimation Melon. Some of them are like winter Christmas. I don't know. I mean, it's got green and red and white, but it doesn't say winter to me. This one's almost like inverted. Vulnerable Blue. Pac-Man. You know, different ones have different vibes. This one's kind of cool too. It's the Inkling Tricolor. I don't know, it doesn't look like Splatoon to me, but then again, I never really played Splatoon, so I don't know. I think this was the Scooby-Doo one. So that one's cool too, but I kind of like the one with the pink more than the green. The one that we chose. Is it this one? No. This one's Super Mushroom Vision. Kind of just looks like the default. Card Captor Pink. I don't know what Card Captor Sakura is, but it's a cool pink palette. I don't know, lots of cool palettes. These ones I got from low spec, and these ones I found on DeviantArt actually. From Wolf Bunny 64. But yeah, we'll save this. We'll leave the palette thing where it's at. I don't think I'll be able to fix it, but it was worth a shot. I don't know. I kind of want to try to make another emote before I take off. It is late. It's like 2 in the morning, but I'm not like super tired or anything. And we got so many emote slots. I was thinking finger guns, but now I'm thinking about it, like, how did they do that with the pinchers, right? You could like kind of make one into a thumb and one into a thing and have it kind of cross over, but that would be kind of weird. Wouldn't really look like finger guns. The Angry Fish Shake. This one might be doable, and it wouldn't require animation either. So maybe we'll try that one. So we'll make a new 28 by 28. We'll throw that in here, and let's open up a other one so we can get the colors just right. somewhere in here. Images. For stream, emotes. Where's the one that's missing its face? Alright, we'll just open this one. It's got the palette. Also the red is probably the best for the angry one also. Or we could use the knife one, because that one's got the red. Doesn't really make a difference. But yeah, this actually kind of makes a good starting point. Oops. Whoa. That's the big one. Let's grab the small one. So, we don't need the knife. And the arm should be more like that, maybe. Why I oughta. And we should probably change up the rest of the body a little bit. Otherwise it just looks too similar. So I'm just flipping all the legs here, so... And then... we can kind of move it a little bit too. And then... this should come to like a fist. And then it'd be cool to get more of like a side view of it, so maybe we squish things in a bit so we can scooch it over a bit, and then kind of angle this a little bit. That way we can see the side of the head a little bit here. And then we need enough room to make that anime angry mark. It's gonna be hard to do in pixel art. That's not too bad. We want it to be on its own layer so we can move it and stuff. Also, might be better if the entire thing is... Oops. Alright, let's merge it. We move down all of this, then move up this, and then kind of like the highlight should be in the same spot, but the eye should be like almost like looking upward, right? Like he's upset at whatever's in the sky. Oops. There's a wild Vivillon in chat. I feel like the wrist should be thicker here. I don't know if that anime anger symbol is good enough. Usually there's 4 of them. I don't think I can fit 4 of them. I don't know. We can give it a shot. Would be nice to make them bigger. Alright, maybe this should be on its own layer. I know I said that before and then merged it, but I merged it. So we'll just cut that, paste it on a new layer, turn it off. We'll fill in the gaps here. Ah, the animate symbol didn't paste. Do we still have it? Oh, we still have it. I don't know why that happens. Sometimes I paste something and then I turn and do something else and then I go back and it's not there and I'm like, what? I totally put you there. Alright, so is there enough room for doubling it up? No. But we can make that room. Another thing we could do is surround it like this. It kind of blends in with the eye, but it might work. I think that works. Almost looks like a target though. If we got rid of that, that would help, I think. I think this might work. Yay, new emote. What do you think, Taco Crave? Does this work? You think this will work? Kind of don't like the knee. What if we moved up? Something like that. That looks a little bit like a more fierce stance. Yeah, we need an angry emote, yeah. Better not be using it without need. At least you can tell what it is. So that's a plus. I think that looks better. Maybe we could give it more red on this side. Too much. I think that actually helps break the anime symbol apart from the eye a little bit. Alright, I think it's good. Let's save it. Angry. Alright, let's throw that up and see how it looks as an emote. There it is. We've got the angry emo. I think that works okay. We do have an ad in progress. We can be angry about the ad. We can be stabby about the ad. We can also be sleepy, which is something that I am. Although, as soon as I sit down, I'm like hungry. I think I need to eat something, and then as soon as I sit down and eat something, I'll be like wide awake again. I'll be playing video games until the sun comes up. But yeah, I'm happy with what we did here. So let's save that. Save all. Yes. So yeah, this turned out good. This turned out good. It sucks that what we did in GB Studio for Frontrooms didn't turn out, but this low-res jam test turned out good. We got things working how it should, and that's cool. So yeah. All in all, a good stream. Kind of a short one in comparison to all the other ones I do, but kind of normal in length for normal people. We're already at like 6 hours, so some people might even consider that a long stream. Guess it depends on who you are. Let's see. Let's find someone to raid. Cosmo is streaming, but let's keep looking. Not that there's anything wrong with Cosmo, but you know how I like to find new people. And we found some cool new people last night. I don't know who this is. This looks like it could be cool. That could be cool. Let's take a look at some of these and see what they're about. Officious. Interesting. Officious. I always had trouble pronouncing that one. I like saying officious, but Ophiuchus. Ophiuchus. Ooh, this one looks really good. And then this one. Oh, this one's not in English, but they're really good. Oh, did this one just end on me? It did. It just ended on me. Alright, well, maybe we should go to this one. At least they speak English. Palestinian pixel artist living in Taiwan. And I stream cross-stitching, mostly stream Mondays. Yeah, let's raid this person. Alright. So we'll get the raid message out. And yeah, so the top one if you're subbed, the bottom one if you're not subbed, and then we are going to raid this person. And yeah, thanks everyone. I really appreciate all the support today. Everyone in chat, everyone who hung out. And we didn't get any raids. We didn't get any follows, but that's okay. Nothing wrong with that. Some days are gonna be like that. What we did do is have some fun. Got some work done. Played Tiger J's game. So thanks for Tiger J dropping in. Always good to see them. And Taco Crepe, always good to see you. I hope you have a lovely afternoon. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Yeah, I better copy my own raid message, huh? Yeah, it's too bad about the color palettes not working. Thanks for the stream. Absolutely, Taco Crepe. Thank you so much for being here. I very much appreciate it. You gave me someone to chat to while everyone was being quiet, and that's okay if other people are quiet. I don't mind. But it's always nice to have someone to chat to. And yeah. So we will be doing Zawesome stuff, and I don't think she minds if I do it on stream, but I did get one of my friends, Zawesome Sauce, to commission some work, and so that will be cool. We're gonna make them a pixel tuber, and I will be making a pixel tuber for myself eventually. But yeah, the raid is about to happen in like 2 seconds here, so we'll see you on the other side. Take care, have a great one. Bye.
I'm sketching somebody being a menace on a bus. Just laying down with their feet up on a bus. So we'll see how it goes. Raid. Wrong screen. I don't have a Raider screen yet, Getty. Just hi. Wait, I have a picture of me. This is me. Hello. Welcome in, Raiders. How are you? What were you up to today? How was your day? What were you doing? Art, can I see? What kind of stuff were you working on? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Ophi. I'm not usually a snake, but today I'm kind of sleepy. So today we're a snake. I'm drawing some stuff. I'm chilling. That's it. That's it, really. Welcome in. Can I call you Rick? Welcome in, Rick. Welcome in, Taco Crepe. How are you doing? What were you up to? What kind of art were you doing? Feel free to send in a link if you want to. Feel free to send in links or shops or social media or whatever you'd like, so we can take a look at your work if you want to. That would be great. And yeah, I'm just chilling. I'm drinking some water. Everyone stay hydrated. The water is good for you. Yeah, if you're new here, feel free to lurk. Feel free to chat, whatever you feel most comfortable doing. We're just drawing. We're in the rough beginning stages, you know? You know how it is. But yeah, I'm drawing a person on their phone with their feet up on the window of a bus. Why? I don't know. Came to me while I was riding a bus. That's really it. Have you considered making Date Everything fan art? I have, and I've also considered making cosplay of Date Everything. Am I ever gonna get to it? Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like I need to get more of the game done before I can start cosplaying and fan arting, you know? Are you gonna cosplay? I might have to paint on abs, but I'm really considering Shelly. I'm basing it off of who I think I look most similar to. And she's got like brown hair, so that's easy. Unless I see someone who I think is like particularly super cool looking. There's a lot of really good designs. We'll see. We'll see. Mostly I was prepping for a game jam and testing things in Game Boy Studio. Really cool. What game jam are you joining? And also I love the emotes. The emotes are so cute. Here's a link to my itch page. Aw, hell yeah. Let me get this one. Let me get this on screen. Nice. Check it out. Look at this. Got a cool itch page over here. I love this little thing. This is your emotes, right? Your emotes are this little guy over here. Ooh, a game designer. Oh, you have so many cool games. I respect it. Games are so hard. Games are so difficult. I deeply respect it. Yeah, look at all of these. These are so cool. So many cool things you have going up here. All sorts of like different kinds of arts and designs too. Right now I'm in the middle of Game Boy Compo 2025. Low Res Jam is about to start. The only